the official pre-game show here on Capcom Fighters. Every single top 8 all 8 involved in this final day here, looking at the matchups, looking at the head-to-heads as well. There is some history that we can go by in some of these matches. So let's take a look immediately at the bracket as it stands. We have Chuchu versus Darlan.
Okay.
We have Jales versus the Griffin Mask. They're your 2 winners semi-finals.
Cool.
And in losers, we have Papo, formerly known as Wellington 92, going up against Shades BR. And then we have Shaka 2-2 going up against Dark. Some return.
Something like that.
But he's fighting for his place now, and he's been very active recently with local events. Chun-Li Nabuki on his roster. He managed to get through some of the prominent names. He beat Papillo in winners 2-1. He also got past Shalalaka, the E-Honda, before he got on stream and qualified, beating Chocotone 2-1. Let's take a look at some of his highlights, and then we'll talk about his opponent in this winners semi-final.
Shaka was going to continue to push that pressure. He has the advantage, goes into the V-trigger. Wow, V-trigger her own activation off the slide. What? Setting up
the slide in that situation. Oh, the full charge up!
Great slide and blockable setup there. Again, using it. Oh my goodness, Chuchu had the reads on the wake-up timing every single moment. Let's go.
What, the things that just happened right there? Oh yeah, they know each other.
Yeah, most definitely. And I love this as well, just reading the aggression of Shoko, and then this time the throw bait to take him towards the corner. EX SPK as well, gonna put him on the verge of stun. Doesn't bite there, but the EX SPK afterwards. It's not your turn, fam.
Shoko just wanted to press a single button. Was that so bad?
Yeah, apparently it was, but wait. The V-trigger active. Oh my goodness, one mix-up correct. Oh, that's supposed to be a V-reverse.
That EX SPK's been on set. Oh, that was V-rev for sure, but it ends up for this. That's the character that's got to make things happen offensively. Wild mix-ups. So far, it's been Chun.
Yeah, this man Roundhouse is doing a great job at that range where Shoko really wants to start maybe pressing the elbow. Whatever he's doing is just getting countered. Crushed over and over again, and this time the dome stomp. Yo, Chuchu. What? Yeah, definitely. And V-Trigger was just not ready. Is ready after that overhead now.
Okay, what's the wake-up timing?
Oh my
It's not enough yet.
Yeah, took him all the way to the corner, put him one throw away. Oh no, and usually you think you can wiggle, but when she's got that V-Trigger on deck, that's
now time to start the Chun. I love that jab, just a way to end things. Anti-air, a little bit too late. Now it's Chuchu in the corner.
Shaka fully loaded on the meter though. If he gets any chance at offense, he could be so explosive with it. Throws out of the EX this time. All Chuchu in this last round. On the verge of stun as well. You can see just trying to remain active, not letting that stun bar deplete. Stomps on her head, but it's not enough. Now you're reaching, but you're just teaching. Chuchu taking it 2-1, and he will be on to top 8.
That's exactly the kind of performance you want to go just cruise through.
Oh, of course.
Winners, couple perfects in there. Never really, he had a bunch of 2-1s, but he never really.
I don't think he ever felt like in danger, real danger in his matches. Even the one he had on stream against Shaka, it's like I saw lots of EX spinning bird kicks that were successful. I mean, like the one where he tried to come back and he stole it back, like Logan said.
Yeah.
He had a very successful shimmy game against Shaka on stream as well, with the crouching fierces and utilizing that. But again, it just shows you how strong that how Chuchu's characters, Chun-Li and Ibuki, but he mainly used Chun-Li for the day, really are. And it's good to see him in the winner's side of this top 8.
Yeah, using that V-Trigger 2 effectively. He's got, just Rago guard breaks in your face. The corner carry is very impressive as well. He was very patient, very calm.
I kind of like that as well.
And just controlling in neutral. All the tools that Chun-Li really provides you, and he got the job done. So
I think that was sorry to interrupt there. I think that was like a complete turnaround from what happened last time. Obviously, we didn't see him on stream or in the tournament at all last time. So he definitely thought about this, went home and said, what?
He didn't lose to anyone notable as well. We obviously have the previous record. He didn't lose to anyone that, really made a big impact in the tournament.
Yeah.
It just wasn't his weekend last time round.
Sometimes that does happen.
This time it might be. He's going to be going up against Darlan, who is a player that we did highlight yesterday in round 1. One of the notable players in Peru, of course, Picoro, already winning the first South American CPT event here. Are we going to see 2 Peruvian players in Capcom Cup? The possibility is there. Of course, the overwhelming representation in this top 8 is Brazil.
Presence is strong.
Huge number of players. I think there's only 2 players in this top 8 that are not Brazilian.
Yep.
But Darlan looking impressive. Akuma is always a good character to have. He had to do a team kill, I guess, on Nero the Boxer on his way through, and we saw him dismantle Caballino's Fang to make it into top 8. So let's take a look at some of the highlights, and then we'll talk about the matchup, the head-to-heads, Chuchu and Darlan.
Nice block on the cross up there. Now just putting out the V-Trigger fireballs, trying to get that safe pressure going.
Stuck. Oh, yeah. Maybe didn't confirm it? I don't know.
Yeah, a little bit funky stuff right there. Does it DP the jump out of the fireball? Oh, just putting the pressure on him. He keeps pressing buttons at the wrong moment. Does press buttons there. Now got V-Trigger 2 activated.
It's still there, though. This could definitely happen. He's got one chance. No. Caballino looking for something to do. He still has some of that V-meter, not much less. The timer's almost gone. It's gone. Throwing these fireballs here, Darlan. I'm a little concerned about that just for the risk of up fireball, EX dash. We'll see. He just... And here we go now, Darlan. Full on corner pressure, building bar, pressuring. That would have been so sick. Oh, that's so hard to punish. I mean, come on.
Oh, that's such a heartbreaker for Caballino right there, trying to punish the EX air fireball.
Darlan there, again, very comfortable, making his way into this top 8 through the winner's side, using his Akuma. Making the most of EX Demon Flip, one of the best EX moves in the game. And why not? You got to do it. You got to do it. Both of these players have top 8 experience. Obviously, Chuchu has vastly more experience. We mentioned the history that he has at high-level competitive Street Fighter.
Yep.
But they both made top 8 at Treta Championship in Brazil last year, with Chuchu finishing 3rd and Darlan finishing 5th. So, you know, they're both out there putting in work, representing their respective regions. What do you think about Chun-Li Akuma as a matchup?
So I'm curious to see how Chuchu's going to handle, as you said, Demon Flip, because we saw how, like Logan said, Darlan dismantled, basically just decimated Cabellina on stream, and he was struggling pretty hard, and that's with Fang. So I want to see how well Chuchu's reactions are. Is he going to try and go the air throw? Is he going to try and dash under? What ideas has he got to handle the Demon Flip? As well, I want to see how Chuchu's going to use his meter, because Super's really good against Akuma, so his EX legs is a 5-frame startup. So maybe Darlan will have to be very careful with the stand fierces, because it's negative on block.
And shuts down the light Shakus as well.
Yeah, of course. Maybe he might use EX Kokoken to get in if need be, but I think it's probably best to save it for Super and then just handle neutral accordingly, how Chun-Li does anyway. So that's it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. As we said, they didn't have... Well, Darlan didn't take part last time, and Chuchu had a very disappointing performance last time around, so it's nice to see some new faces here in winner's side. That's our first semi-final. Let's take a look at the next matchup, and these are some names that are going to be much more familiar if you watched last time round. And let's kick it off with Jales, the Rashid player, who was highly touted when we spoke to the community in Brazil last time round. Very, very active at their regular offline events when they were happening, like Tiger Upper Quarter. We've seen Jaleshi involved as well. Zenith mentioned that he was a big threat going into this tournament, and here he is yet again in winner's side. He came 3rd last time round, and the only man that he lost to last time round was Picoro, who of course is not here. So if the only man that can beat Jales is Picoro, who's going to stop this man? Let's see how he made it into top 8 in these highlights, and then we'll be back on the other side to talk about his opponent, the Griffin Mask.
Love this beater right here. Try to maintain offense, but nah, Leshe was ready. The idea is just to try to get as much corner carry as you can. Here he is.
Yeah, exactly right. I was of a similar mindset, but even using the crouch strong to dodge the jump entirely. Okay, oh my God.
See, when I see a combo like that, I'm looking for wild mix-ups coming in, but it was actually just the grab.
Me too, dude. I thought he was going to put him in some nasty reset, but either way, he's trying to reset for the other mirror. Now he's got no mirrors left. He does have V-skill at least.
Yeah, I think you can see he's getting a little antsy here. Grab. Not quite. Oh, hold on. No mirror here, but he can still be very dangerous.
Shooting to escape instead, and now fishing with that low forward, making sure he doesn't get any pressure for free.
There's that one hit of armor available here for Shades. And so I think that may be part of why Leshe is just playing patiently here. Grab again. Situation. And the EX!
And there you have it, ladies and gents. Jales taking it with the man of the turbulent wins all the way to cement his place in the top 8. And I got to say, this man has been on fine form. When I watched him in the South America CPT Online 1, and this time round, and as Logan said, the champion of the last tournament isn't here. So that must have been the strongest incentive going into this second South America CPT.
Yeah, he cruised through all of his matches 2-0, beat Zenith in winner's final of pools, which is a big result for him. Favourable matchup, of course, but got the job done against Shades as well. I feel like
that's crazy.
Having watched some of these videos before, I feel like there's just Urians everywhere again. But he managed to navigate that, as we said, third last time round. Only lost, got double eliminated by Picoro, and he's not here. Is Jales going to be able to do it? Well, he's going up against Griffin Mask, the Warlord-ranked Blanca, representing Brazil. He made top 8 last time round. Let's take a look at how he got to top 8 this time, including his slightly delayed match against Juninho. But let's take a look at the highlights, and then we'll talk about the matchup on the other sides.
Fireball. Okay. What do you got? He's got a very, very destructive V-trigger. Spends a lot of it. Not really into a mix-up. Oh, in time! Yo!
Trading.
Wake up Fireball? Can we talk about Wake Up Fireball? That was so sick.
Even that decision, too, the Wake Up Super has been wild. Griffin Mask was chilling, just like he was chilling on that DP as well. So I think he's catching on to Juninho's rhythm a little bit, seeing how aggressive he is. That's why he's switching up. Nice jump out of the command throw, but he has Rainbow Ball to get you from the air.
Wow, this is entirely what Griffin Mask wants. Oh, the huge call! A huge call to basically give up a turn.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? That's when we talked about how hard it was going to be to tame block. He has so many ways. He can show you something that looks like you're going to be able to DP it, but it's actually just ends up being a bait. Juninho, again, though, not deterred from the DPs. Wakes up with that one.
Hey, it's not V-trigger 1. Blocker can't just get right through. Gotta find a way in. I love it, man. I love seeing this. Ready? Oh, he had what he thought was going to be the red call. Not quite there.
Yeah, I was expecting a DP. He ended up going for a parry attempt, but an empty jump from Griffin Mask and be able to counter that. Tries with a shimmy attempt. Again, too late that time. And with the stun off that double hit, that's going to spell the end for Juninho's Winterside Life. And Griffin Mask is our last qualifier.
Griffin Mask looking very impressive with his Blanca. Is he going to prove too wild for Jales to control? He wasn't last time round. They faced in the CPT last time in South America 1, and it was a clean sweep 3-0 for Jaleshi.
I believe that was the loser's side, so they literally had the one chance. Match. So now that they both got that, that little bit of leeway, are things going to be, could be a complete turnaround? Maybe Griffin Mask might take it around. He definitely should have done his homework, because I don't want to lose to Jaleshi again 3-0 in that fashion. So
he's had a reasonable history as well. Griffin Mask has appeared in 6 top 8s before. Okay. And I think his best result was in the online event where he got to grand finals but got reset and lost against Picoro, surprisingly. That was in the online LATAM South. Shout out to, of course, I have to give my customary shout out to Glenn at the Game 2K for flinging over the stats. We appreciate all you guys out there doing the stat work. I know there's not a huge amount to go on with these online events, but we're trying, and it helps kind of put things...
paints the picture.
Exactly. Put things in perspective. The favourite in this has to be Jales. A 3-0 win last time round.
Yeah, I mean, and again, like we said, just to reiterate the point, the incentive to win the tournament now that Picoro isn't here, I think he's just going to try and just cruise through everyone with Rashid. And the way he was playing yesterday on stream, especially against Shades, that was nuts. I'm like, this guy is like, he's out with the murderous intent.
I mean, I appreciate the Griffin Mask playstyle because he has a really nice balance. He's not he's not a crazy Blanca that's just doing stupid things.
Be wild and elusive.
You know, he's very good at turning it on and off, and I feel like, you know, that's probably why he's managed to reach Warlord rank, that level of consistency. But last time round, when they played each other, you know, Jales was so good at just controlling and shutting all of that down, and of course making the most of Rashid's, I would say, superior tools.
Yeah, because he's just so versatile, and it's like, okay, this is why I like the characters that are essentially top tier, having a tool for every situation, little to no bad matchups, and any play style they encountered, like, okay, I've got something for you, and then we'll work from there. And that's what we saw last time in this matchup between these two on the losers side. So it could be a tough one. It's a match I don't really see if we're going off Rashid versus Blanka, but I'm curious to see how Griffin Mask handles it.
I mean, we know
Blanka's
a rarity. Griffin Mask is only one of 8 players to ever have played
as
Blanka in the top 8 in the CPT. So, yeah, he's not out there a lot, but he's definitely well known in Brazil.
He's there for a reason.
Warlord rank, they all play online. He will know the matchup. He showed that he knows the matchup last time around. Jales has to be the favourite. But that is your winner's side matches. Chuchu against Darlan and Jales against the Griffin Mask. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to come back on the other side where we take a look down into the losers brackets, and then we might get some predictions in for you. Of course, the top 8 is coming in full here on Capcom Fighters at the top of the hour, and Ringe and Ultra David will be guiding you through that action. But as I said, we're going to take a short break, and on the other side, we'll be back taking a focus at the losers side.
PlayStation.
The curtain falls.
I'll take you downtown. Move! That's how you start the fight and finish it quickly.
Let's have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go. That's it.
Terrific wing! Go beyond the battle.
Get ready.
Destroy! Begin!
Let's go.
Disappear! Kneel! You do not have the strength to crush the spirit of the king.
All right. I really like to exercise. And training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death. 5 seconds.
Pull out all the stuff.
Hadouken!
device expansion completed. Pseudo personality asset is imported properly. Biological brain connected. Darlan at 0. Startup sequence will begin.
Well now, little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Darlan at 0. Activate.
Well, Jordan, who is a piece of junk? You idiot! Show me everything. Show me everyone. Show me everything.
Install.
Show me something worth taking. Your data is now useless. Witness the power of the content engine. Oh, this is the power of the king! Your data will reside in me for eternity.
Hey, welcome back. It is round 2, the official pre-game show here on Capcom Fighters, where we guide you through the forthcoming finals here. It's Top 8 Day, Super Sunday on Capcom Fighters and the CPT Online 2020. It's South America 2, the last chance for South America to book another spot following Picoro's qualification for Capcom Cup 2020. We've already been through the winner's side, well-stacked Chuchu versus Darlan and Jales versus the Griffin Mask. It's now time to take a look in the losers bracket, and we have a lot of returning names, some familiar names from last time's round, top 16. First up on the list, we have got a name that isn't familiar, but the player is going under the name of Papo this time round.
Yep.
You may have remembered him as Wellington 92, getting to grand finals last time, but he's here as Papo, the boxer player out of Brazil. He is here after an early loss to Chuchu in pools.
Yeah.
He managed to get through a stack list including Didymokov and Juninho, the very erratic Ryu that's caused a lot of troubles.
Unconventional indeed.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights of how Papo managed to qualify, and then on the other side we'll look at his opponent and talk about this matchup coming to you in the top 8.
So a slow play even still, and I think that's a really important point for how Boxer plays this matchup. Yeah, he can be super explosive, but you can be so explosive that you don't need to rush constantly. Maybe an opportunity comes like this, and you get the corner, you get big damage.
Putting himself at the precise spacing every time.
Not quite there. Trying to take too much of a turn. Maybe it was super, I don't know. In any case, he is just about deleted. This is going to be 2 bars on this. Oh, yeah. There was more left. Wow, I love the button choice in the sky. That was so cool for Papo. He's going to get the corner. Full-on corner from 2/3 string.
Oh, my goodness.
Yo, I'm telling you, man. You have to have your eyes wide open the entire round as Simon is.
Oh, my goodness. And then gets caught reaching. And that's...
And he activates.
Just that spin, that little hesitation end up catching him flinching right there. Oh, and then a couple of resets builds up that stun bar in an instant. Papo set point. A distance here, but he's got right back in. Nice button press back.
Maybe worried about Wake Up
Oh,
Super.
you gotta worry about Chip.
Yeah, he does. He needs to hold on to that V-Rep. It's not gonna. How do you do, y'all? You made me not be able to take it.
Nice, yep, covering that overhead block with the V-Trigger activation, then backing off.
If he's free, go for it. But he feels like he's gonna get another chance. And I think that may be what that pressure is there, even through the EXDP. Ryu doesn't get good pressure there. This instead is Pupillo. Wow.
Yeah, most definitely. That's how he's playing nice and safe. Yes, builds the bar, gets the EX. I am quaking in my boots and I'm not even playing Pupillo now. Oh no, let's get the reset afterwards as well to force a final round. Again, going with those neutral jumps a little bit more. Gets crush counter there, but nothing afterwards. Low option again working out. Low option again working out. 2 times platinum. Now the overhead after he's thinking about it too much. Let's go. Oh.
A lot of work here required for Juninho. One more decision. Backing off, taking 0 risks. No risk there was Pupillo.
Yeah, the V reversal put him on a pixel here. He can't even get hit by a light, but he still does a sweep. No fear shown. Oh, but unfortunate ending to that.
All right, so there you have it. We've seen how Pupillo is dash punching his opponents all the way to make sure he places himself in this top 8. Max speed as well, I gotta say. I've taken a liking to this guy ever since, obviously, under the name Wellington 92 last time round. I've taken a liking. I really like his boxer playstyle. And I like how he handled Didi Mocom as well. That's a horrid matchup for Dalsim, but the way he was just getting into shimmy, make him feel uncomfortable, I really think he can take it all the way and get to grand finals again, you know?
Yeah, he's keeping it old school as well. That V-Trigger 1 doing a lot of the work for him. And V-Skill 1 as well. Didn't see a lot of the other tools that we saw maybe Smug using on his way to. Of course, the only other boxer to make it to a grand finals so far this year in CPT Online. He is going up against Shades BR out of Brazil. So it is a Brazil versus Brazil match. Shades came 9th last time round. He was actually eliminated by the Griffin Mask.
Okay.
He lost to Jales in the winner's side.
Yeah, as we saw.
And let's take a look at some of his highlights. As you can see him going against Shaka 2-2, Ostro to his friends.
Yeah, I believe Ostro.
And at Jales he lost as well. And on the other side, we'll talk about this head-to-head matchup because this one's going to be exciting.
Kind of catch him off guard from these ranges like that. He gets back by the V skill, able to go through the whirlwind that time, but man, it just seems like you're always in the corner. Nice EX headbutt. He will blow through the whirlwind here, and Shades bouncing back, but just like that, gets up under, wakes up with the trigger. Ooh.
Love it. More force stun and not blocking the overhead.
Yeah, charged up the stand heavy kick right there. Again, charging it up for the stun. Oh my goodness, you thought I was behind you. But at this point, you gotta be real worried. Yep, Chip is a real factor here. And yeah, he doesn't go into anything beforehand.
Rashid has a lot of invincibility.
Oh, but not enough. Just the eagle spikes. Yes, it was just a jab. Oh,
not actually a combo.
No, it wasn't, but yeah.
The second time as well.
Yes. Wow, okay. Pressure here from Shades. So Pithika's blocking it out. He has 2 bars. Uh-oh.
No, and yes, beautiful counter hit combo.
Trouble. This is probably not gonna count. I'm not confident though. Okay,
No, he's going to reset him. Oh, just walks under him that time. Oh, and he walked forward, walked back in that little bit of space in the corner he had.
All right, so there you have it. We've seen how Shades BR made his way into the top 8 using one of the best characters in the game. No surprise. And like Logan said, he made 9th last time. 1 place higher, and it's closer to the ultimate goal. Do you think he can do it in this matchup?
Bruv, I'm still amazed by that comeback against Shaka 2-2.
Do you know what? Yeah, we have to talk about that real quick because
I'm like, okay, yeah, cool. He's got Aegis. He's gonna activate Aegis. It's just gonna be a robbery. It's gonna be a rob, and it wasn't.
One mirror was completely irrelevant, and then
the second one never came out.
It was just a bunch of indignant thunders and just amplify metallic spheres all over, and slowly but surely, death by 1,000 cuts. That's not something you should be applying to Urian players, but somehow Shades. Boy, back.
Yeah, I mean, we're very, very aware that Urian's a threat this season. We've seen enough of him. Interestingly, though, it's been 2 years since we've seen a Boxer versus Urian match in a top 8. But I think that says more about the changes that occurred to Boxer than anything else.
Yes, I definitely want to concur with Logan there because, again, over the times that we've seen Urian a lot, he's been a constant threat in CPTs through Nemo, Ryusei, other guys as well. But this time round, definite threat in Season 5. I don't agree with some people's tier list saying he's bottom 5. He won a CPT online through Smug. So it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup to see because we haven't seen it in a little while. And I don't know if Papillo's going to stick with his whole V-System 1 layout the whole way through. We might see V-System.
I think he probably he looks like that. He just looks like that's what he plays.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, there's a lot of utility there for the V-Skill 1 with Metallic Sphere. Metallic Sphere with Urian is one of the things that helps set up his dash game and his pressure game.
Yeah. I don't know. I think because Urian's always had the choice. For me, we said this before, he has the benefit of using either or either V-Skill, right? Yeah. And V-Trigger 1 we're just going to expect, but I don't know, man. Papillo's been mad on point with dealing fireballs.
Yeah.
Throughout this.
He loves an overhead as well.
Yeah, the mix-up, high-low mix-up with the V-Skill.
He's loving that. He's loving that.
Maybe he gets it, but again, that's got to be, you'll be watch out for that as well because he might be trying to bait EX Dangerous headbutts. And he can block if he's got those lights on point. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one. Tough one.
There's not a huge amount of data to go on in terms of previous performances as well. The last time Shades made a top 8, it was a CPT online.
Yeah.
3 years ago. So
that's well.
You have to say that Papillo is the overwhelming favourite in this matchup with his previous form in South America 1 CPT.
Yep.
And other than that, it's just going to be an explosive and hype match. Let's get into our last match of this top 8, and it is featuring Shaka 2-2, the Dalsim, representing Argentina, going against Dark and his very impressive G. Nice to see Argentina getting some representation in top 8 once again. We did highlight a number of their players last time round. The likes of Dookie, Self-Call, all made it to top 16 last time. We didn't get to see them this time round. But it's nice to have some Argentinian representation. A much smaller community than Brazil, but passionate nonetheless. But yeah, it's always it's cool to see Shaka there after last time round when he had that matchup against Cabaludo's Ken. Don't know if you remember that.
Do you know
the
what?
Brazilian Ken.
Living up to the name as they do, but it was absolutely amazing. And like I said, or like Logan said before, Shaka, it's great to see that representation because again, like we said in this top 8, the presence by Brazil is exceedingly strong. But let us see how Shaka 22 made it here to the top 8. I want to see this fine Dalsim play of his. Let's check it out.
All right, alley-oop to herself right there to put it back in the corner. Waking up with a super. It's going to be the end of the dash. Yeah, she just throws him out of it. Wow. Go for your show, just wakes up the slide V-trigger afterwards. Burning up. You can't afford this now. It's essentially even.
Next hit will do it either way. It's overhead, overhead, and not with a stone. No.
Zenith bring it back very closely from a deficit last time. Great throw on the V reversal attempt. Read that perfectly. Yeah,
confirming well, getting right on through of what he needs. He has 2 more orbs. Great block. Tell me this player started in 2020? Come on.
Yeah, I don't know what he was playing beforehand, but it clearly anything. Oh, looking for the sweep.
Yes. Is he going to start moving? What a mix. The no mix-up, so classic. Yes, I feel like his character can definitely play for that slow game. He doesn't need to force it. That said, he's there now. He's exactly where he wants to be. Getting some gray life if nothing else. Teleport in just like that, and he gets the stun.
Huge teleport in. The aggression pays off again. Gonna put her on life support at this point. Get the reset and catches her reaching. The EX, oh my goodness.
Yeah, get away. Just even on the startup of that, and catches the end of EX dash.
No, boy, yeah, on the verge of the stun, able to fight out, using that slide into the V-trigger, mixing him up as well, getting some good damage on him. Oh my
you, Shaka. All right, buddy, I see it. Not quite ready on V-trigger is Cabellino.
Yep.
There we go.
Be more than ready now as he burns away.
Jump strong, and the idea was there. Shaka playing like a man who knows he only needs 1 more hit.
Yeah, exactly. Utilizing that Dawson game. Yep. Oh, and just sneaks in close, getting the Yoga snipe to put himself. You know, Cabellino's got to feel okay about that. He didn't take too much gray life, but that life lead is erasing very quickly here with the offense from Shaka. Oh, and stayed in front here. Now he's on a verge of stun, and he will be stunned up. The headbutt forward throw seals the game for Shaka.
Shaka 2-2 doing it for Argentina, managing to beat Zenith, the Brazilian Manat, which I think Sim Manat's good for Sim.
Do you know, I think he does well against zoners. Some of the zoners, some of the Dalsim aficionados are saying it's even.
Yeah.
But for the most part, when it comes to the neutral aspect, I think Dalsim's actually comfortable against all of them. So.
And then closing it out against Cabellino, 2-1 the Fang player there, as you see at the end of those clips. Pushing his way into top 8 for the first time, finished 9th last time around, lost to Jales, and as I said, the Brazilian Ken Cabelludo. He's going up against Dark, who had a very impressive tournament last time round. Finished 5th, but lost to Jales and Wellington / Papillo. Dark, he had some hype moments on stream. Let's not wait any longer and show you these as he made it through after an early loss to that erratic Ryu, Juninho Ras. Let's take a look at how Dark made it into top 8.
Trigger.
I really like this pace here for Dark. Yeah.
And there's the light kick buffer that you mentioned before, one of the primary tools in G's arsenal. Puts him on a pixel here. Ooh, not even going with the overhead, just double jumping into the forward throw.
Knocks him down a couple times with that jump strong.
Ooh, and then he just gets this raw stand medium punch. Obviously, that's the meaty starter. Oh, yes, sir. And then catches them low. Actually goes through with the stun as well. Doesn't get too greedy about it. Level 3 president.
Oh, what a read. May kill.
Oh, comes crashing down. That wheel kick. Last hit does enough damage.
Very curious couple things here from Dookie. Yeah, Dark confident about the spacing there from far away.
Gets chunked off.
Yeah, I said earlier that G really does not want to give a V meter, but if you are about to kill.
Yeah. 12 seconds on the clock here. It's like you gotta make something happen, and yeah, Dark is starting to feel it. Oh my goodness! Yo, punishment with a rush budget, the critical art. I cannot believe.
Very dangerous player at this point. Is that in time? Very nice. Screen freeze activation.
Kind of had that. I think he had that option in the back of his mind the whole time, right? Because he had a lot of meter, he had ways to kind of activate his V trigger, but instead he just saved it for that moment and popped it perfectly. And now, my goodness, the momentum he's riding from that first round. Ooh, sneaks in the reset as he gets the level 3 president. I feel you, brother. One more? Safer, much safer option this time.
really just the one risk so far. You know, wow, and a perfect even for Dark.
The other side of the V-reversal. Now he's going to activate his V-trigger maximum president. Oh no, you were holding up. You thought the command throw was coming. Now you got to eat this whole damage and the critical art after. Goodbye, Lord.
Okay. Really dash into EX. What a genius. Overhead
blocks the overhead. Dark again clutching out another match.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The final place in the top 8 brought to you by the player Dark. He is going to be bringing us some more presidential gameplay. And I got to say, this is another player. Now, a lot of the players before, I didn't really know about them. But because we've seen South America 1 of the CPT earlier this year, a lot of them have grown. I've taken a liking to them, and Dark is definitely one of those players. Exemplary G play, and he had to go through, especially on stream, he had to go through Dookie, the Bison player, and then he had to go through Shaka, who lost in the winners' side to come to losers. And they're not particularly easy matchups for G, I feel. Somehow he persevered. You know, we're having that insurance policy with the comeback factor of V-Trigger 1, having solid buffers, solid gameplay in general. So, and he had good reactions and good dash checks as well. I liked his jab dash checks as well.
Yeah, he definitely made the right choice when G was released. Because before that, I think he played Alex. So that is a significant upgrade.
That's a very good life choice. One of the best choices you've made. Good
when you see players making good decisions, you know, you can believe in their play.
Of course.
After that, you know, when I see people playing Shotos and they're not using Akuma, I have to question. You know,
seek counselling.
If I see anyone playing Alex in tournament, I'm definitely questioning. Definitely. I'm not trusting that person to, you know, I'm not trusting you to order dinner or pick where we're eating out. You know, your restaurant choices are definitely going to be up in the air if you main Alex.
Oh, boy.
Last time round, as we said, Dark finished 5th. He's been reasonably active, I think, in CPT.
I like that.
I think he won fight in Rio 2019.
Okay,
so shout outs to him for that. And yeah, he hasn't managed to close out a lot of his top 8 performances. He's been pretty back and forth. Shaka, however, has not really been very apparent. He placed top 8 Buenos Aires True Salt in 2018, which
good
is a
pronunciation
ranking.
there.
So yeah, you can see that he hasn't been super active. You have to say that Dark has the experience and also the character favourable in this matchup.
As well, yeah.
So it's going to be a tough one. Dark, 5th last time. Shaka just missed out on top 8 with 9th. It's going to be G against Sim.
This will be interesting because I think for both these players, just going off of the stats that Logan has provided, I think it's going to be more so a mental barrier of them trying to break through each other, because again, they haven't had the best performances in top 8s before, so they'll be looking to. This will be a good run for both of them, because whoever wins this, good momentum to go through the losers side, I feel.
Yep, no one wants to go one and done in top 8. It's difficult. It's difficult. No one wants to finish 7th.
Never.
But to be honest with you, no one wants to finish anything other than 1st in this event, because you get nothing. Nothing for placing. It's all or nothing. So there are your 4 first-round fixtures, your 8 players that are making up this finals day here at CPT South America 2. And now it's time to have a look through these matchups, pick some of our favourites, our choices, and make an overall prediction who's going to take it. You know, I'm sure you guys at home will have your own thoughts on this as well. Feel free to drop them in, and I'm sure that Brazil and Argentina and Peru are super active in the chat as well. I saw them yesterday going in, representing for their communities, and I love that about Latin America in general. It's a wonderful community.
They are definitely an exuberant bunch.
Super passionate.
Never challenged into a shouting match. You'll lose your voice. Take it from me. Take it from me.
All right, first matchup, we've got Chuchu versus Darlan, Chun-Li versus Akuma. Who do you like in this? We've got the experience and history of Chuchu going up against Darlan out of Peru.
I want to go Darlan.
Okay.
I want to go Darlan because I was actually impressed with his run through to this point of the top 8, and I feel he's got good momentum going into it. But then, so does Chuchu, but I'm going to stick with my pick, Darlan.
I think Chuchu's got the solid play style,
okay,
but we'll see him out in this matchup. It's 3 out of 5.
It is.
So that variance and explosive nature of Darlan and his Akuma may come back to haunt him there. You know, as long as Chuchu can keep himself composed, I see him taking this first matchup, in my opinion. So yeah, we are opposed in our first one. Next up, we've got Jales versus the Griffin Mask. Rashid versus Blanca. It was 3-0 to Jales last time these guys met in top 8. What are you saying this time round? Is there going to be any difference?
It might be a slight difference, but I think it's going to be a 3-1 to Jales.
A 3-1.
I think it's going to be a 3-1.
A gentleman's sweep. Okay.
I think something's going to change, but like the way Jales has entered this tournament is coming with that new incentive, that new murderous intent to come and win this tournament. And again, most of the time we talk about all these other players, who they run into. Jales beating them here, beating them there, and he's everywhere. And that's what Rashid does anyway. So I think it's going to be Jales 3-1.
Yeah, I'm backing Jales as well. He's actually my favourite to win the whole thing, so
okay.
I definitely want to see him progress through winners. He had Griffin Mask down to a T.
Dude,
last
he had it
time
in the palm of his hand, mate,
Nothing. He read him like the back of a pamphlet, not even a book. And I can't see that changing tremendously this time around. Let's drop down into the losers. Last time's runner-up, Papillo, a.k.a. Wellington, 92. Boxer goes up against Shades BR's Urian. What do you think in this match?
So this is probably going to be the most explosive match, just judging by the characters. Hard to say, but I want to go with Shades on this one.
I have to go with Papillo here, so it's nice that we've got a differing opinion. I think Papillo impressed me last time round. He managed to make it to grand finals, showed me some real quality. He lost early on to Chuchu, but other than that, he really put in some work through that losers run, and I have to say that I'm going to be backing Papillo here.
All right.
And then it leaves our last match, Shaka versus Dark. Shaka 2-2, representing Argentina, Dark of Brazil.
I got to go with Dark. I'm a huge fan of his gameplay and the way he plays G.
After that Dookie match with the smash under into the CA.
Like when players do stuff like that, I know you've come to play.
I'm just backing you. You know,
that's it.
I just like highlight real plays.
It's brilliant.
Lovely stuff.
Good game
all right,
all around.
It's almost time for top 8. It's coming very, very soon. All that's left for us to do is to make our overall prediction, and I kind of spoilt mine because I think Jales is going to win the whole thing. He's going to do it, take it home for Brazil. What do you reckon, though, Jammers? What are your picks?
Do I side with you? Or do I not? I might go against the grain. Take a leaf out of F-Word's book.
F-Word is already out of the running. He picked Zenith. He's already out of the running.
Sorry, F-Word. Sucks for you sometimes. Your picks just don't make the top 8.
Yes,
sometimes.
It's not going to be a repeat performance.
But I'm going to go with Dark. I think he's going to make...
Yeah, he's going to make a run through the losers.
I think he's going to do it.
That would be very impressive.
That would be amazing.
I'm looking forward to the action. It's coming up right now. Don't go anywhere unless it's to your kitchen to get some snacks, because the action is coming in full here on Capcom Fighters CPT South America 2. It's coming up after this short break.
And welcome to twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters. I hope everybody's doing good today. I am Ringe, this is Ultra David, and we are here to determine another participant of Capcom Cup. How you doing, David? All right, fair enough. I'm David. Well, you know,
I'm Ultra David. I'm sure you just said this is Ultra David. And now we have to watch the Capcom Pro Tour online South America. What's up, everybody? I hope everybody's doing great this morning where I am and afternoon in Brazil.
Yeah, indeed. It's around 5 p.m. in Brazil right now, so everybody's raring to go for the top 8, and of course, we can take a look at the bracket as it follows. You can see winner semifinals. We got Chuchu versus Darlan in the top half, and then we got Jales versus Griffin Mask in the bottom half, 2 participants of the top 8 last time in the South America regional event. And then at the bottom, we got Dark versus Shaka in the losers bracket, and then we got Shades BR going against Pupilo in the last round 1 match of our top 8, of course, Pupilo, known as Wellington as well, premier boxer player in the world. So it's going to be a good one, of course. Thank you all for joining us for another day of incredible Street Fighter V action. I really enjoyed the first day of South America. It was just action-packed. The matches were amazing, and it was the type of Street Fighter I like to watch, you know what I'm saying? So I'm looking forward to top 8 being even better than that.
And it was super diverse. We have at least 8 different characters, could have 9, depending on what a couple of these players do. That's really cool to see. This game is at a state, of course, where that's very viable. We have all these characters who can make it happen. We have players who placed well at the last CPT Online South America. We have 3 different countries represented. Of course, Brazil, you know, a local powerhouse, lots of strong players there. 6 represented in this top 8. But 2 from elsewhere, 1 from Peru. Of course, last time the CPT champion was from Peru. That's Picoro. We could have 2 from Peru. We also could have somebody from Argentina as well. That's Shaka. So again, great representation across the continent and across different characters.
Yeah, it looks like we're not going to waste much time either. It looks like Chuchu is going to go up against Darlan, our Peru representative, as you mentioned, rocking the Akuma. Again, these players we only got to see 1 time yesterday, right? Because they started in winner's bracket. They qualified from there. They didn't have to keep playing. So we just got a little bit of a taste of what they're going to bring to the table here. So I'm looking forward to more. And Chuchu, who won and qualified with Chun-Li yesterday, is actually going with Ibuki in the Akuma matchup.
I see that. Yeah, this is one of the players I was mentioning when I said maybe 9, because he's been using both Chun-Li and Ibuki here, of course, going with Ibuki. Maybe preferring her ability to start offense a little bit more strongly, maybe preferring her DP.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And I just cannot believe he spaced that roundhouse so perfectly to get the crush counter. Now he's in the corner. Good block on the overhead, taking his turn back and activate the V-trigger off that, of course. And the back throw for the screen position.
Yeah, it could all fall downhill right now. I mean, last time we saw Darlan play, this was so strong. His demon flip pressure was so good, his ability to create things out of that, and we see him going back to it now. It makes all sense, right? Such a strong move.
Yeah, exactly. And I really just love how much he makes his opponent uncomfortable very quickly with the demon flip setup.
No more V-meter now a bar, but still stuck in the corner. And finally the EX. This is something I thought may have been part of the reason for this character pick.
Yeah, and I love the EX-DP after the EX with Fireball as well. Most people just take the pressure on a pick. So, ooh, the anti-air still comes in clutch. Very close at this point. Doesn't challenge the EX demon flip too far for the crouch medium kick. Still anybody's game at this point. What a tech throw to stay alive.
Chuchu backing off, and he can block one. Oh my god, the fireball! And comes out Chuchu with the reactions immediately. But even if that had been blocked, that would have given Chuchu the V-trigger.
Yeah, just incredible though to plot on the fireball and counter it perfectly. What a first round, dude.
Yeah, really back and forth there. Trying to play this footsies game in the middle. Both characters pretty competent at that. No DP. Maybe a lesson for Chuchu to keep in mind moving forward.
Indeed. We encourage he jumps a little bit more. Ends up getting with the cross up this time. He tried to press the button a little bit too late. Now he gets caught reaching.
Still pressure. Please do punish. Only the jab. And so Darlan gets away just like that. He's got his own offense starting again. Trying to get the throws again in there. Oh boy, Chuchu's in big trouble just like that. He could have gotten the kill earlier.
Wow, waking up, jump forward and with the kunai and getting him in the front. I cannot believe it played out that way, yo.
Again, Chuchu could have just taken it earlier.
It was over because, as you mentioned, he did DP into the V-trigger activation. That's punishable. We saw the jab throw, though, which, I mean, obviously not the most optimal punish. If he just did jab into special, something else would have stunned him up and would have left him with enough life to actually get the kill afterwards, as you mentioned, for sure. But I still can't believe just the cojones to wake up with the jump forward into the kunai.
Think about when we watched Chuchu yesterday play. He made some, oh my god, some reads like that. that were pretty strong. He's not, worried about taking big bets like that.
Definitely not, and they're paying off right there. You see him actually throw him out of the overhead, which takes Akuma airborne. He had to throw him very late in the active frames at that point.
Chance for pressure. Tried to meet him in the sky, not quite. Darlan trying to take a little bit of a turn, not too much. He's got to be concerned about throwing fireballs at that spot. We've already seen Chuchu get through. Had already thought about doing the demon flip, I'm sure. Now pressuring, trying to steal some great life, and here he is.
Ooh, I like that a lot. I like Chuchu not being too anxious with the DP. We saw a DP earlier in that situation, and he would have had a lot of ground to make up. So he just plays it nice and defensively and tries to do his best, but of course cracks to the pressure of Darlan. And again, this is top 8, everybody, so it's 3 out of 5. Don't forget that.
Correct, yeah. Neither one wants to commit. Darlan just a little bit. Again, no DP. I'm not sure he's had an anti-air yet.
Yeah, because
Chuchu, keeping that in mind, certainly. He has his own anti-airs, has had it a couple of times as well. Again!
Yeah.
Prospect's not easy, but love to see it in that situation.
Yeah, I'm imagining that's what he's going for. I don't know, we're just seeing the counter hit. There's no special actually coming out at that point.
Oh, please, no! The point blank punish, trigger activation goes unpunished.
Yeah, he was looking for a throw right there, but left a little bit of damage on the table, left an opportunity on the table. We've already seen Chuchu make the most of that.
Again, walking in and out of that spot right there. At any moment, Darlan could activate, and he does! Dash up combo. He's gonna get one more series here. Chuchu, very dangerous. And knew it, so he wakes up with buttons.
Yeah, very smart, right? Darlan respecting the fully loaded meter. Oh, now going with the demon flip setup. Sees him reaching. And really, it wasn't even a punish on the throw tech attempt. It was just the fact that he got the low forward while he was still standing. Confirms it into the Tatsu and takes the game.
I really like that insistence on the demon flip. That's been working out extremely well for him. Even in this season where they tell you Akuma's a little bit nerfed. Things like fireball. He actually did fireball activation, and he actually still made great use of the demon flip. Now, of course, you can't just do fireball activation from full screen anymore, but he nevertheless did it. That was pretty sick. 1-1.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, it looks like we went back to the lobby. Perhaps a character select screen visit for Chuchu, because again, we mentioned that he was playing Chun-Li. That's the character he qualified with yesterday. Yeah. So I imagine that's what we're getting right now. Maybe he's taking just a breather to reset a little bit and regain his composure with the Ibuki, but more than not, I think he's going to the Chun-Li.
I think that's my expectation here as well. His Chun-Li looks very strong. He, again, was able to make really, really strong reads with her. I actually loved his pressure as Chun-Li. And she's very capable of doing that this season. She's got a lot of great options for that. Snowballs really, really well after legs, for example. So if he could get that pressure more often, maybe. It didn't seem like he was able to get that quite as much with Ibuki. What's he got?
Yeah, it felt a lot like you can see some of the Chun-Li play in his Ibuki, right? Like he was going for a lot of roundhouse from that range where Akuma wanted to throw fireballs. And because of that, I think that Chun-Li will serve him a little bit better in this matchup, just because it seems like that's the range he wants to play at primarily.
Can certainly get under fireballs as well. Can set up his own projectile game without having to worry about it as a finite resource.
Yeah, see him already fishing for the roundhouse.
Yeah, definitely. And at that range where he's kind of outside of what Akuma wants to be doing. Although, still, Darlan making great use of that neutral game. The fireballs have been impeccable from him.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Just because your opponent, I should say, sorry about that, switches the character to try to counter what range you want to play at, you can't get discouraged, right? You got to make sure that you be a little bit more stubborn, make sure they second guess what they want to do. Crush counter in the air, though, so it's not as bad.
Triggers on deck if Darlan can find an opportunity. Oh, wow! The big swing. Now, remember all those EX Bird wake-ups? It's not going to be an issue here.
Yeah,
at least for Darlan, the stun is down. Giving up a bar. Darlan makes his way in. And yeah, those roundhouse you identified even before Chun-Li was picked on screen has been huge.
That's exactly what he's been looking to play at. Even as a Ibuki, that's kind of the range he feels comfortable. So now Chuchu just...
Huge jump in, extremely damaging. One more series here. Again, keep in mind all those EXs. The backdash instead. And now even chip is a big problem here for Akuma. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to come up.
Yeah, with no V-meter available right here, no V-reversal in sight, and that's why he went with a normal into the super, right? Just because there's really nothing you can do if you don't have any V-meter. So great stuff from Chuchu.
Yeah. Huge jump in here for Chuchu, getting the corner, getting big damage, pressure opportunity coming up.
And you talked about Darlan's fireball game in the beginning, right? You see Chuchu definitely getting some rhythm, like kind of knowing when he's going to throw it at this point. Nice DP anti-air, though, something we haven't seen really.
This gives Darlan a chance, no buffer. But still really keeping a strong spot on screen. He can anti-air. If she jumps, he takes some gray, gets some life. And the fierce, I love the timing of this. No activation? Here it is, Shirley.
Yeah, the target combo catches you out of the air that ends up in a back throw.
Oh, that'll do it.
Most
All that
definitely.
was necessary was the EX at that stage.
Caught him flinching right there, right? That's basically what happens. And I mean, people get caught so much flinching when it comes to that Chun-Li V trigger too, right? Everybody, like, it's so used to fighting Chun-Li in a certain way and taking their turns at certain times in block strings that disrupts everything. You just end up having to block for a little bit longer than you think so, or you try to wiggle out and you end up getting clipped. But yeah, that was really good from Chuchu for sure.
Fight.
Okay. Again, the roundhouse coming up huge at that space on screen, and it's kind of forcing Darlan to either back off or rush in a way that hasn't really been conducive to finding strong footsies. No anti-air again. That duck may have been the first part of a DP. Doesn't matter. Here's Chuchu pressuring. All he needs is one more. Nice, and could kill on this even.
Yeah, most definitely.
Link
I
it,
mean,
got it meterlessly as well, and a perfect. That round had everything I felt for Chuchu. It had anti-air, it had mix-ups, it had strong footsies. That was such a textbook round.
yeah, and on top of that, it was like it all started off with one of the raw reads on Darlan, right? Is that you can't be afraid to jump because he's willing to throw fireballs, and his anti-air game has been a little lacking. So I love that he started with just playing upon his opponent's weaknesses.
Darlan, yeah, it seems like he's just become uncomfortable at that footsies range, and so he's been jumping a lot more. This back range here is fine. Okay, finally the buffer.
Yes, that was a clutch buffer here. Oh, and gets the counter hit, double up on the crouch medium punch. Goes with the neutral jump, but a great stand like kick gonna put it into that.
Patience. Okay, well, it worked out for Darlan. Huge jump in. Was it stand short and just not in time?
I think so. I think he woke up with the back dash. Woke up with the back dash, kind of just recognized the jump a little bit too late, ended up getting destroyed by the jump heavy punch.
Nevertheless, still match point here for Chuchu. And you see Chun-Li can do that stand short, and if it is the air fireball, it's no big deal.
Yes.
Tapping in there in time. Extremely fast EX legs. Here it is. Again, this is what Darlan needs. Yep, spends it. He's got great corner pressure for himself here. Maybe worried about that EX yet again. I don't think it's actually come defensively, but Darlan has consistently looked for it.
Look at that. Still with the roundhouse game, even after getting clipped, he just recognized the range that really dominates the neutral on the ground.
No! Huge chance! And Chuchu gives it up. We saw just like his Ibuki did as Chun-Li gives it up. And Darlan sealed the deal, though.
V-trigger available for Chuchu. Yeah, you gotta think about the type of way Chun-Li's gonna go into it, but instead blocks the jump in. And we all know blocking jump-ins really hurt in Street Fighter V, right? Because then you give your opponent a chance to shimmy you, just throw you. They get the world as their oyster when it comes to the pressure. So great stuff right there from Darlan, just taking a step back, knowing that the pressure is on Chuchu, and he cracks with a throw tech. Beautiful.
And in this situation, Chuchu did not still take the round that he otherwise could have gotten things better in, right? This time it was not about him being about to win as it was when it was his Ibuki, but still, he had so many resources that he was really 2 hits away from taking it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So final game of the set here, trying to get into winners finals.
Yeah, Chuchu looked so comfortable on that Chun-Li in game 3, and even in that last game, but Darlan was able to clutch it out, and you know the confidence is building, the momentum is building. He already has a significant life lead in this opening round.
And an EX bar. And he's been spending that a lot.
Yeah, and the buffers behind the stand medium kick have become more effective as well. So you gotta look out for that.
But really good battling by Chuchu just to build some space between him and the corner. Harassing. I love the walk up there for Darlan. It was very confident. He saw the whiff. But here's a big roundhouse. Chuchu, on the strength of that crush, actually builds V-trigger. And now very threatening. Darlan knows it. Any of these buttons could be confirmed. Slide under, I love the idea. Activation comes, and that's gonna be the round and match point for Chuchu.
Beautiful slide under on the EX fireball right there. Put him in prime position to put some pressure on it. Of course, with the V-trigger activation ready, enough damage to take the round and put him on set point.
Still looking for that anti-air.
Consistent with the stand like it.
Backing away, but Darlan pushing towards the corner relentlessly, it seems. Looking for the buffers. still, that far roundhouse has done a lot of work. Even when it's not hitting, it has convinced Darlan to stay outside or to jump from that same range, just like this.
Yeah, exactly. So just conditioning his opponent. Even the trade there wasn't Chuchu's favor in terms of damage. Did get knocked down, however.
Finally, the demon flip grab. First time we've seen it.
Very smart, saving that for the final game. Oh, try to go for it again. Stayed crouching the whole time.
Defensive reads like this. Has to activate here. Did not want to take the +2. Darlan out. And a big chance here for Chuchu to seal the deal. Again, doesn't even want to see that. No risk at all taken. No risk at all taken. Look at all the gray. Underneath. Oh. And that's going to do it anyway. Chuchu takes the game, takes the match, qualifies into winners finals.
Oh my goodness, bro. Yeah, it was such a shame right there because the way the round was breaking down, he was playing extremely safe, right? Any type of pressure that was coming from Chun-Li, V reversals her off, wants to get in that optimal range where he can start throwing fireballs. But this time he throws the air fireball. Again, an air and air fireball ends up being his undoing, and she gets right under it, low forward, V trigger, the last bit of V trigger for that extra bit of damage in the critical art, and that's all she wrote. Chuchu, well done, my friend.
And as Akuma, I feel like you're so accustomed to throwing air fireballs. It's really tough to beat it. The recovery frames are almost not even there. Like, it's really hard. So for him to just go up into the sky, I feel like it's okay. Not expecting, it seemed, Chun to slide under with crouching strong, Chun to get to the other side, punish with crouching medium, and just in that way right there. That little bit of a solution right there was huge, but I feel like it was provoked in part as well. Again, to go back to Chuchu and his neutral game, that far roundhouse I thought was huge in not just convincing his opponent to, try to walk up into certain ranges less often, but also to jump more, to go up to the sky, jump fierce or air fireball, whatever it may be. As a result, Chuchu was able to better pay attention to the air game and counter it really well.
And you mentioned, right, her primary anti-air being that stand light kick, that even when he goes to the air early and does an air fireball, it recovers so quick that a lot of the time you're not even getting clipped by the projectile. So because of that, it was a very safe way to not only make his opponent uncomfortable on the ground, but then deal with the air options as well. So just textbook fighting games from Chuchu right there. Big fan of the way he played that matchup.
That was awesome. So as a result, again, Chuchu in winners finals. This is a player who has qualified for Capcom Cup in the past and has put himself just 2 matches away from doing so again.
Yeah, absolutely. Impressive play. So we're going to see his Chun-Li or perhaps his Ibuki later on in winners finals, facing whoever wins the next match right now, which is going to be Jales versus Griffin Mask.
This is a match that happened last time. They were talking about it on round 2 before, in which Jales was able to beat the Griffin Mask 3-0 and looked pretty convincing in doing so. So maybe coming into this, the hope is, at least for Griffin Mask, that he spent some time on it, trying to figure out, how to approach this. He's a very, strong player, has played lots of different games, very high ranked in this game as well, as you're just about to see. So he's certainly got a lot of experience. The question is just, how do you deal with this particular player and this particular player's character? Last time he couldn't. Hopefully he's found a solution.
Yeah, I gotta imagine, right? Considering this is the main person that really ended his shot at a very, at Capcom Cup last time around. He's gonna be working on the Rashid matchup since then. I mean, both of them are in Brazil. They probably even played since then. So I imagine this one will be a little bit different, just the way it plays out. But I mean, the results could be the same, of course. Jales is an incredible Rashid player, one of my favorite players to watch in the South America region. So the Griffin Mask, of course, I'm sure is a fan favorite at home, playing Blanca, a bit of an underrepresented character, and just in general, a wild man.
So last time, Jales got 3rd overall, and the only person to beat him was Piccolo, the player who won the whole thing. So you got to think that Lesche is one of the favorites here, and instantly starts off with just a fantastic counter, great awareness of what the potential options are, and also great reaction to actually make it count.
Yeah, can you believe that? There's an Eagle Spike in the stomp immediately, the V skill 2.
Yeah, really setting the ground well for how he wants this match to go. Griffin Mask trying to be evasive as Blanca, of course. Huge part of playing this character. Being tricky with your movement.
I like that side switch of the Eagle Spike here. Forward throw to get closer and closer to the corner.
EX out. Still a little bit of V-meter here. And huge opportunity now for Griffin Mask.
A little bit of a Padofedo uppercut right there, I gotta say.
We need one more mix of put him into the corner for some tricky stuff. Or not.
Oh, and what a jump back!
If that had been on block, could have canceled into the next V-trigger ball. Here's a chance.
Oh, beautiful stuff again. Jales, that's one of his characteristics of his game, man. He's never afraid to bring out the EX spinning mixer, DPU to take his turn back. This time, even with whiffing one earlier in the set, sees the plus frames for Blanca and just makes sure he doesn't take his turn.
Corner just like that. Still no bar here for Griffin Mask to wake up with. He's stuck. Or he picks exactly the right moment to bring out Fierce Ball. Love it. Still in a bad shape. Should be the game here for Jales as he goes into the super. Yes, it will be. So extremely strong first game from Leshe. He, again, to start out with, right, the very first thing he did was look for that V skill and bring out his own counter to it, like, right away. And after that, there was a little series in which Griffin Mask did have the trigger, some damage, right, a little bit of potential, but other than that, it felt like neutral game and offensively was all in favor of Jales.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, especially at the end there, right? We saw the Fierce Blanca Ball come out. Very good call out on the enhanced Whirlwind, right? Where it's like medium or heavy. It takes a little bit longer to start out, but you get the free plus frames. Not even spin an EX bar. That was really good recognition. But after that, he just got caught in the shimmy attempt, you know? It's just so overwhelming being in the corner in this game. It's very hard not to do something.
I don't think he did not mean to do overhead in that situation. Yeah, boy, I feel like I don't know if this is a character thing necessarily or a player thing, but it just feels like Jales has all of the counters to whatever it is that Griffin Mask wants to do. And he's kind of making just like this. He's making Griffin Mask either give up on things he wants or take big risks because they will be punished.
And these neutral jumps is working on the slide again, dude.
Calling out the slide activation perfectly. Now Griffin Mask has to get through this entirely. We have seen, like you said before, there's been a lot of EXs. And just gets out of there. Just gets out of there.
Yeah, quick view reversal right there. There was no follow-up from the original Blanca Ball by Griffin Mask, so ends up getting clipped. Jales now one round away from taking a quick 2-0 lead here.
Jales just waiting it out. Yep, taking advantage a little bit. At least on block, turning it into a little bit of gray life, a little bit of pressure. He just got the corner as a result. And Griffin Mask stays away. Can he get a punish? Nothing.
Yeah, and with the few opportunities he's got for offense in this game, you can't let something like that go by.
Yeah, it feels like Jales is relentless. It's not that Leshe is constantly rushing in. It's just, it feels like he's ready with the solution to whatever it is.
Yeah. He's got V-Trigger on deck as well, so you got to watch out for the V-Skill activation. Yeah, there. He's fishing for it. That's what he wanted.
Yeah, really good read, actually, by Griffin Mask. Put himself in the right spot. Can he get the juggle this time? No. Huge chance. And does take advantage of it. All right. Griffin Mask again. Last time they played, he got 3-0'd, and he would hate to see that again. That's for sure.
And so much momentum that he was building from that last round victory just dashed away with a huge jump ins, giving Jales a significant life lead to start this round.
Weren't we just in the corner on the other side? Yeah, we're already in this one. Just like that. EX again, but not even fully escaped.
Yeah.
And huge counter by Jales. What a call.
Yes.
Get one more chance.
Be a lot of damage here. Put him on life support. Yeah, tried for the throw to end the perfect, but no. Griffin Mask gonna activate. A little bit late on that slide. Probably could have pressed the button through the sheet, but either way, gets caught reaching again, and the low forward for Jales putting in mad work, going up 2-0.
I'm not about to tell you I know how this character matchup goes super well. You just don't see Blancas very often. But it looks a little tough to me. The thing is, though, that even beyond how the character matchup might go, I feel the player matchup is pretty tough for Griffin Mask in this situation. Again, he seems like a very strong player. I've seen him do really well in the past. This particular player matchup, though, it feels like Jales defensively, offensively, a neutral game is just calling out so many things so correctly. Just like this at the start.
Yeah, you mentioned, right? Rank 66, man. This man is very high ranked, and I mean, against everybody else, he really seems like one of the premier players in the world in Street Fighter V, but against Jales, for whatever reason, it just seems like he can't ever get his game going. Jumping in, like, again, the neutral jump directly into the roundhouse, catching what he was trying to do after the V-skill, like, Jales, again, barely losing any life right here while putting him on the Magic Pixel.
Jales definitely could have done more damage, but ends up not needing to. I feel like he was just trying to make sure that he had enough damage available to him to still get the special there so he could build a little bit more bar. But whatever, it's match point now for Jales to get into winners finals.
Indeed, indeed. And for the double haul, the crouch fierce. Oh, even
Everything gets checked.
Punishing.
Right, everything gets checked. Yep, in here again is Jales. Griffin Mask is maybe a mix-up away, maybe a wrong guess away from losing here. It's going to be a fancy combo. What do you got?
Well, Griffin Mask, you might as well look for some real estate on this corner, brother, because I don't see you ever leaving. Like, he's just here once again.
He has that trigger, and it's so dangerous if you could just get it going. Maybe. And just the solution, right? Time after time is Jales bringing out the correct answer. Did it again. And again, unfortunately for Griffin Mask, but fantastically for Jales, it's a 3-0 to put Jales into winners finals versus Chuchu.
Yeah, every time he's had that V trigger active and Jales has had a V reversal available, he used it, right? Every time there's a Blanca ball in there, he's just like, all right, V reversal out. I don't want to deal with this pressure. He ends up not committing to any type of follow-up, and he just jabs him on the other side. So Jales having every single answer to anything that Griffin Mask tried to do. It's unfortunate. It's a tough loss for sure, just because not only was it a 3-0, but that's like, it's really tough mentally to have someone read you so hard like that. So Griffin Mask is a very talented player, obviously. That was only winner's bracket. He's going to be falling down to loser's bracket. I hope he regains some of his composure, and I want to see him do well, because he's a premier Street Fighter V player. It just looks like Jales is his demon, you know, and we're all about overcoming demons. That's just how it goes.
Well, he'll still get a chance. Of course, he's just sent to loser's side. He's not eliminated quite yet. We have 2 more matches at the beginning of top 8 here. They're going to be on loser's side. Those will be Dark versus Shaka and Shades versus Pupilo, and we will have those coming up after this quick break.
Every character has at least 2 special moves in Street Fighter V. A projectile, an uppercut of some sort, a strong but rapid aerial attack. Special moves are unique moves that help define a character. Some moves are pretty straightforward to execute, whilst others come with a bit of difficulty. Similar to normal attacks, special attacks have 3 different versions: a light version, a medium version, and a heavy version. And just like normal attacks, special moves also play a huge role in fighting games. They can be used at the start of a sequence to catch the opponent off guard in a particular situation, but they mainly are used to end combos. In Street Fighter V, these moves can help one obtain victory. Outside of the game, some special moves have an everlasting effect on us. If you have ever wondered why you keep getting a counter hit in certain situations, then one way is probably via the frame trap. A frame trap is when you perform an attack to put pressure on your opponent, then go for another attack right after the animation ends. If the opponent tries to attack between the 2 moves, then you will earn a counter hit. The first move in the sequence can visually seem punishable, but is actually advantageous on block. This can apply to both normal attacks and special attacks. The standard way to do a frame trap in Street Fighter V is by going for a move that is advantageous on block anyway, and then follow up with a move that is reasonably quick. A frame trap is basically like doing a link, but with safe moves. Let's take Nash for example. When he does crouching hard punch on block, and presses standing medium punch afterwards, if the opponent tries to challenge between the 2 moves, then the standing medium punch will connect as a counter hit. This is what a frame trap looks like. If the opponent gets hit by the crouching hard punch, then Nash can link into the standing medium punch and it becomes a combo. Learning how to frame trap and being able to identify what a frame trap is super important in fighting games. And every character in Street Fighter V has a few pressure sequences which are actually frame traps.
so you need to delve deep into the science of Street Fighter V to know how each and every character's frame traps work.
Hey, welcome back to the CPT Online South America #2. My name's Ultra David. With me is Ringe, just like he told you last time. I couldn't quite hear it, but I'm pretty sure that's what he said. We have now had the winner's side of top 8, round number 1. We're moving on now to the loser's side.
Indeed, and we're going to start with a barn burner for sure. It's going to be Dark versus Shaka. It's going to be that G versus that Dalsim. I mean, it's going to be an explosive matchup for sure, to say the least. And then on the other side, we got Shades versus Pilo. It's hard for me to say that, but I mean, we did learn that is the proper pronunciation yesterday. Got our Southern California out of our system. So that's going to be the first round of losers brackets. As you can see Dark versus Shaka and go on to face Griffin Mask, the Blanca that we just saw fall to Jales. And then the winner of the first round top 8 match is going to be going up against Darlan, our Peruvian representative. So definitely good matches already so far. We're going to see who progresses into the bracket, who gets into the losers quarterfinals, starts building that momentum. Of course, you starting out in losers bracket, you're going to play more matches, get a little bit more warm, maybe feel yourself a bit more. It could be an advantage for some of the players here. And of course, Pupilo being second place overall in our South America 1 qualifier, still someone to look out for coming from losers bracket. Absolutely.
So this match, Dark versus Shaka, like you said, we're looking for this to be G versus Dalsim. This is a match that I've heard people go back and forth about. Some people believe that G wins because he just has such explosivity. He can explode Dalsim so quickly. He can whiff punish well from far. He's got a couple of great jump-in options as well. He does have a dash punch that he can try with now and then. Dalsim doesn't punish -4 very well, and just in case it ends up being -4 at max range. So that kind of stuff can be tough for Sim. At the same time, there's not great options for G defensively. And so if Dalsim can get his offense going, that's something that he can really capitalize on. And if he's playing really patiently and scoping out the right options, he can certainly keep G out for a while as well.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking for when I think about the matchup in my head, right? Just the fact that the rush punches are a big threat and Dalsim doesn't have that great of a punish if it's spaced out properly is definitely something that I think favors G. But as you mentioned, Dalsim, if he gets that offensive game going, especially Shaka's offensive game, looked very impressive in day 1. It's going to be tough for Dark to get him off.
That makes sense.
Already showing the rush punch. As soon as he sees the fireball, knows it's going to go sailing over his head. So no ground threat to be had.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see a fireball at that range right there. Dark has certainly shown that he has those reactions. He brings them in now in this Brazil versus Argentina match.
Yeah, but we got the level 2 president as well, so he's gonna have a little bit of an enhanced fireball. Not quite that pop-up on the fire, but you can see multi-hitting there. Just trying to bully his way in as Dalsim now with the slides. Got the activation on deck. Not going with it just yet. Saw was median up to combo afterwards.
We talk about how this has been mostly zoning by Dark and attempted offense by Shaka. I'm not sure I expected that to be how it goes, but here it is. And round number 1 goes to Dark.
Really, Dark took that opening when he saw the fireball, knocked him down, got the level 2 president, and was just like, I'm going to rely on my fireball game all day, every day. And look at this, immediately prioritizing getting a level in the presidency.
And certainly, Dhalsim could teleport in on any of these fireballs. Just a question of whether he will, and so far he's not. Of course, he did try it once. Dark knocked him down with the stand jab. That's something that they're both thinking about here.
And this time again, just utilizing that rush punch, right? From that range, not really scared. Even if it gets blocked, Shaka's not going to make him pay for it.
Really late on the medium kick to try to get a combo. But life lead, at least for Shaka here. So Dark now maybe has to play it a little bit of a different style than last time. What? Oh my god. And actually not knocked down. He still has the presidency.
Okay, finally with the V reversal, does get rid of one level here, but now he's got V trigger on deck. You got to be careful forward fears, or just the EX rush punch to get right in. That's always an option as well.
Dhalsim is trying to set up the fireball, but no dice. Here's Dark now. Maybe wanted the classic whiff cancel into command grab, but no. No.
Yeah, I have to imagine that was definitely wheel kick directly into command grab on whiff, but I'm not sure what happened. He ends up getting thrown out of it. Maybe a little bit too late.
So now Shaka being a little bit more intense about trying to make things happen actively, offensively. Whiff punish for him there. And Dark's idea of playing it patiently, I think, makes a lot of sense. We talked about how Boxer plays this matchup last time, how it can be slow because he does have such explosivity once he's in. And yet, you know, Dark lost that last round and slowly getting whittled away here.
Yeah, backbreaker, and again, yeah, I just love him checking with the rush punch from the range like that. Also can't do anything about it, but now Shaka going back to it. As soon as he gets in this range, doing a lot of stand medium kicks here. Because again, I think after that first fireball, he's been really shy about throwing it out again. But as I say that, there it is.
Okay, starting things off, no EX to continue, so here he is. Oh, thrown out of it, and just like that, uh-oh, the corner comes. Dark's here, you could activate at any moment. Perfect time for V reversal.
Oh my goodness, but a better time for the EX low. Now you're in the corner, gets the knockdown. He actually got the stand jab right there, but didn't believe in it, looking for a shimmy attempt to walk back.
Just desperately trying to spend all the resources. No, you can't do it. It always throws him in the front. Here's Dark. He's got the corner. Maybe enough for the round and the game for Dark.
Still best V skill in the game for my money, man. Once he's got the V trigger active, the 360 hitbox drags him back to the corner. Doesn't even hit you and then makes you deal with the offense after mid-screen. Nah, you got to get back in this corner, deal with G and V trigger still, and Dark makes the most of it for the game lead.
It's really hard to thread that needle as a Dhalsim player of teleport at the moment after the orb begins to leave. Finding that little moment just like this is a problem for Sim in general, is hard. Again, I don't think that this is like a blow up of a match, but there are lots of little moments in here that could be dangerous.
You can see the rush was paying off again. Oh, and with the level 2 president juggle, Dark knowing his combos, I like it.
Threatening with the cross-up teleport, not quite there. And now almost ready on V-trigger. Already is Dark.
Yeah, man. Oh, that's so scary. He had a couple of clutch V-skill hits early to help build that bar up, too. Just even at the start of the match. EX will get to go through the projectile, but still hasn't been knocked down yet. So we got a level 2 president. Now Max president.
Yeah, and now it's his turn just like that. Gotta respect it. Shaka's stuck. There's one mix-up remaining here. Shaka trying to delay maybe through a grab. Nothing like that comes. It's round for Dark.
Yeah, I love Dark the way he's cycling through his offense right there, right? We saw the jab into the shimmy attempt last time. This time he committed to the jab into the light kick, and after that was established, looks for the shimmy attempt again, and it works out perfectly.
They're on the whip punish. And it seems like Shaka's trying to outrange at this certain spot. Inside, he really wants to go in, but neither of those has been effective long term.
EX will kick in. We've seen that as an answer to these fireballs that are spaced well from Dhalsim, basically. He still just wants to be able to go through it. No, the teleport. Nice wake up backdash, though. Gonna be a hard call out and get the recovery punish.
Advantage situation here for Shaka. Great throw games in the corner for Dhalsim, certainly, but it's the buffer, the stand short, that comes to the rescue for Dark. And he even still already one mix-up away.
Oh my goodness, and just the low rush punch, maybe calling out the backdash. Either way, I couldn't really tell what he did, but his legs got clipped, and that's going to be a 2-0 lead for Dark.
Yeah, I think that all Dark was really looking for there was starting up his offense, right?
Yeah.
So put out the media in there, maybe you get an orb afterward, right? You're at a range where Dhalsim's not going to do anything about that. You can certainly come in afterward. I feel like that's what he expected to happen, but hey, your opponent gets hit, you hit confirm it, take the round just like that.
Exactly, and we've seen him be super optimal with all the punishes. He knows what level of presidents he's in constantly. We've seen the level 2 juggles. We've seen the max president extensions. So good stuff from Dark. He's never going to be caught slipping on that.
Oh, stealing a huge turn by leveling up in neutral like that. Versus Dalsum. Dalsum can just snipe you whenever, but he happened to be in the sky and Dark expected that.
Yeah, and Dark, I mean, at this point, Shaka's got to be looking for that, right? Because Dark has continued to prioritize getting that level 2 president at the beginning of the match. Jump in, nice recovery and anti-air.
A little series here, and Dark is not just about offense and neutral. I really like his defense the few times that he's needed to bring it up. He'll just play patiently, block it out. It's no big deal for him. He takes a few grabs. He's been okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. He's never really given Shaka anything significant, right? He hasn't gotten hit by any like crouch fierces, anything big. He is struggling in this round, however. Shaka finally bouncing back, getting some momentum for himself. I think he just played that round very well.
Round 2.
Yeah, and that was the round that Dark started out by bringing out this, and that may have been why the V-skill was the start this time for Dark. A little bit of a chance for an offense. Not too insistent about it. Feels comfortable, it seems. He's got the corner.
Oh my goodness, max range on the command throw here. Yeah, he gets the level 2 president combo.
Shaka hoping to make his opponent burn for a little bit. Yes, there is a super, and just like that, it comes out. And it is not enough.
A lot of rewards, but now level 3 president as well, so we got that pop up on the fireball, gonna make Dalsum's life even harder.
Hello! Oh, Shaka's gotta run it. It's gotta be straight mix-up to make this work. Part 1, he's got one more he needs here, and he just slowly steps up for the grab. The little toe tap that Dalsum has as he walks forward was enough.
Yeah, the intimidation factor, right? You see him creeping forward slowly. What is he gonna do? The throw one more time. Great stuff from Shaka right there, putting himself on the board. And I mean, yeah, he really, I think, got it all together in that last game. I think the first round was very dominant. Second round, it would look like it was going to go right back to the side of Dark, but he was able to get some offense going. And that's something we talked about at the very beginning of this onset of this set, was the fact that if Dalsum can get his offensive pressure going on G, there's not much he can do. He's just got to rely on his defensive skills. So good stuff from Shaka, finally exposing that weakness.
Did get to level 2 there. Even taking the fierce.
Yeah, consistently. I mean, that's something you got to think about when you're fighting against Dalsum, right? Your health is a resource. You're going to be taking damage coming in or trying to do things that you normally want to do. So he's willing to sacrifice some health to get that enhanced presence.
I am super impressed with all these ranges for fireballs. I think these are so excellently spaced. Yeah. Into. Oh, nothing. Thought he might have set up an up-close mix-up. Looking for anti-air here. Now.
See, all these small hits, though, they're never knocking Dark down, so he's prioritizing that level 2 president and knowing that he's not really going to be able to lose it for a majority of the match.
Okay, here's a knockdown finally. But that said, it was just at the very tippy tip of crouching jab into crouching strong. Dark activation right on the... Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he wanted the command throw on the V-reversal attempt, did not quite get it, but of course he's max president, so that's not going anywhere, even with the knockdown plus frames. Oh, excellently spaced on the drill. Oh, and then he gets caught reaching.
This is what took it last time, and the grab again!
Not my day.
Yeah, Dark with that command grab there, a little bit slower than regular grab. If that had been regular grab, I think that would have been fine, but he just was a little late due to the extra start of the command grab.
Again, I really love the spacing on these drills from Shaka as well, always clipping him in the ankles. We're getting it together here. You can see the flow, and he's not even getting level 2 president at this point. Nice Gale on the throw attempt.
All these little Dalsum mix-ups are starting to work. I'm not sure that's what he meant to do, though.
Definitely not what he meant to do. That's unfortunate. You can see already paying for it dearly in the corner up against Dark now. Nice V-reversal. He's not going to burn
rare
much.
to see a G do that. Give up V-meter. He is toasting, though.
Yeah, that's how some of Shaka's offense has been starting now. Ends up getting clipped again, but another mistake. No! Gonna spin the critical art as well. He's got a V-trigger activation if he lives through this, which he will.
Yeah, there's another chance here for Dark to seal it. Doesn't even need the V-meter afterward.
Indeed. You see, he kept a very safe, compact route right there, going with the stand medium punch into the crouch jab, right? He didn't want to risk anything that was going to be wrong or anything not comboing.
Great jump in time here for Dark. He hasn't just done a normal jump in like that in a while. Shaka not looking for it.
Yeah, but he's level 2 extension again, always aware.
The check, expecting the whiff on jump strong. Here's Shaka. He has V-trigger. He could really make G toast there for a while if he wants.
Yeah, exactly. In the corner, there's not going to be much space to go. Great anti-air, not activating ESS off the short slide instead.
I love this back off now, but it's risky to do anything against you here, so Shaka, just out of there. Okay, give up the spot. I love that activation.
Yeah, but then he runs into the lights, and now he's going to get taken to the other side of the corner.
One mix-up. The command grab is going to do it here for Dark, assuming no big drops and none comes. It's 3-1 for Dark, moving on and sending Shaka out of the tournament.
Bro, how you got to feel that, Shaka? You woke up backdashed. He woke up backdash to avoid the command throw, but I mean, the speed of it is a little slow, and I mean, the moment he did it, it just ended up catching the recovery, ended up catching the end of the backdash instead. So even with the right thought, he pays for it dearly, and that is loser's bracket as well. So Shaka staying home, I should say, while Dark moves on to loser's quarterfinals.
Yeah, those 12 frames really are that long, I guess.
Dude. I saw him take the little hop back, the little Dawson hop back. I was like, oh, nice. And then he got scooped anyway. It just be like that.
For sure. Great job to Dark. Very strong player. He will play against the Griffin Mask in next round of losers. Now we have the final first round of losers up for you at this top 8. That's going to be Shades versus Pupilo.
Pupilo indeed, Wellington, aka the second place finisher of our South America 1 qualifier event, only losing to Picaro in grand finals, our first qualifier for Capcom Cup. And again, remember, if you're unfamiliar with how the CPT works this year, it is a winner takes all. Winner goes to Capcom Cup, second place, nada. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to see who actually joins Picaro to represent South America at Capcom Cup. I mean, everybody here, I think, is capable of taking that first place. They're all phenomenal players. And as you mentioned, this is going to be our last match in losers round 1. Shades rocking the Urian, Pupilo rocking the Boxer. It's going to be a good one.
And these are going to be our 8th and 9th characters that we've seen in round 1 of top 8.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about it during the break, right? I always think those are the best top 8s, right? Where you get 8 distinct characters or 9 distinct characters, players that really exemplify the creative expression of their own style and character. So anytime the top 8 are the 8 best players of a certain character, that's what I like to see.
Definitely agree with that. Yeah. And, you know, we've been talking about Pupilo. Extremely fundamental type player. Of course, he can have the great mix-ups. He might be going with V-Skill 1, V-Trigger 1. That's what I've seen him go with before. We'll see here. Actually, V-Trigger 2. Interesting. Okay. In any case, I really like the mix-ups that he's been able to do, but what stands out to me the most is definitely his neutral game with the character and his willingness in some cases to back off and not need to do anything. Remember, he barely qualified. Do you recall how he played against Juninho, who the Ryu player almost beat him? But part of that was Pupilo not insisting on punishing everything, backing off to strong ranges instead. He was more comfortable there. I think that's the hallmark of a very strong player.
Yeah, absolutely. I was really a big fan of the way he took what his opponents were giving him last night in the set and really made the most of those opportunities. So I want to see him do that again against Shades. Of course, keeping the V-Skill 1 on deck just in case Shades does want to utilize that Fireball game a lot, he'll have an answer.
Yeah, I like V-Skill 1 for here for sure. And Boxer, it's a great thing for him that he does have 2 credible triggers, 2 credible V-Skills. He's stuck now, though. Nothing for him to do. Yeah, block it out. That's where he is. He finds the moment.
Yeah, I'm going with the resets real quick. Already trying to make the most of it. But of course, both these characters very willing to do resets once their V-Trigger is active. It's command thrown. We got the V-Trigger 2 showing out here. Oh, once again. Wake up, my friend. Don't forget I got V-Trigger 2 and I got a way to scoop you.
Yeah, great bets that there were not going to be EX headbutts in those situations. You know, certainly there could have been, but it was just the right call by Pupilo.
Definitely good stuff. I want to see how he adjusts going forward, right? Because he established this command throw so early, you might see a more willingness to EX headbutt in the future. So we're going to see if he baits that out successfully or not, if he has that foresight. And right now, again, this is the patience that we talked about from Pupilo, right?
Exactly.
Just chilling out, has a little bit of a life lead, really staying at that range where Boxer can out-footsie Urian, especially even bringing out a sweep here. That's the first sweep he's pressed, and it was successful.
I like the idea of that to try to catch a V-Skill. It's a little bit too late.
Yeah, definitely a good idea having the EX tackle behind it.
All right, here's Shade. Wow, and ready. Okay. I think that might have been an execution error here for Pupilo. Shades just trying to stay away now. He knows that activation could come. Yeah, here it is. That said, he's got his own.
Hitting out of the air, good recognition on the stand. Heavy kick, but no, gets caught reaching and gets punished with the crouch fierce. Set up one more nice block on the empty jump.
A couple of things that could have been risks there. And interesting. Now, this is something we saw a lot out of Shades, is those headbutts. Of course, once they go up in the sky, they're not going to be throwable. Safe if the opponent blocks them. That and chariot tackles, he was more insistent about them than many Arians you see nowadays. Yep, again. Again! And still there was a tech, actually.
I don't know if anything gets me hype more than wake up regular headbutt into another headbutt.
Right? Yes.
Prey upon your opponent's weaknesses. Great buffer right there, too. Always impressed with the buffer on the charge character.
Out of the sky allows a little bit of pressure here for Shades. He continues to move forward. He's got his opponent exactly where he wants him. Pupilo's stuck.
Ooh, Batista bombs on Batista bombs. Tries to make that deal to get the first round. Not going to give it to him just yet.
EX, activation point comes here for Pupilo. Definitely capable of the comeback. Regular headbutt probably is what that was. If it had been EX, different story.
Puts him out of the air. Oh, and I love that because in the last round he established, you're going to block these EX knees. I'm going to headbutt you if you think about throwing. This time he brings the throw out to seal the game. Classic fighting game conditioning right there. Shades taking a 1-0 lead.
I really like his pressure and even his defense. Yeah, waking up with the headbutt was sick. That was awesome. You know, if you see that as the person who is attacking, you think, wow, gigantic read. Uh-oh, what are they going to do next?
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that's something you kind of have to establish early if you're a Urian player. I think that really gets the opponents uncomfortable because you have so many ways to call them out like that. It just feels bad. It feels bad getting headbutted into another headbutt, right? It does more mental damage than anything else. It's not like it's a fat combo or anything. So it's definitely something you got to keep an eye out for if you're Pupilo, who goes back to the character select real quick. I think just wanting to slow the momentum down.
Might be changing triggers as well. Like I said, I think Boxer has a great couple options for both of them. They're almost any combination there is viable, but I have mostly seen him go with V-Skill 1, V-Trigger 1. V-Skill 1 makes total sense in this matchup, but
yes,
maybe a change there. Now, these players are both from Brazil. Not only that, they're both from Rio de Janeiro. So I would think that they have some experience against each other.
Yeah, I have to imagine that's the case for sure. Whether it be online, offline, I mean, they both seem like veterans of Street Fighter V as well. Yeah. So I think they've been playing each other for years, most likely. So Pupilo, again, just taking some time and maybe, as you said, adjusting some V triggers. I think this is going to be a close set, to be quite honest.
I would expect that. I would absolutely expect that, especially considering, as we said, second place last time was where Pupilo ended up. He's certainly capable of making it far.
Man, that was a really, really good first game from Shades, though. I think just conditioning his opponent super well, really dealing with the ranges of Balrog. We didn't really see any like raw neutral jumps or anything to try to bait out rush punches. He seems like he's more familiar with Pupilo to know that he's not that type of player, right? A lot of the time we've seen him just chill out, play that stand fierce range, kind of establish a more safe, compact ground game instead of fishing for something big like that. So we do see a change, as you mentioned, of the V triggers going back to V trigger 1.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Again, I think they're both good, but when I've seen him play, it's tended to be V-Trigger 1. You know, go with what you're comfortable with, go with what you think works. Certainly, you get great corner carry out of that if that's something you're looking for. You get a couple of instances of mix-ups if that's what you're looking for. Or maybe something happened. Is he playing here? What do we got? Oh, he is. Okay, all right. I was a little concerned still.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to find their sea legs, if you will, in this netcode.
I think that may be what's happening, yeah. Tried for the whiff punish, not quite there. Shades even with the air.
Ooh, and you can see the charge fierce right there, allowing for the special cancel.
Oh no, he may have thought that was a hit. Instead, now it's Pupilo. Hoping to get the crush. Yeah, they're definitely swimming.
Yeah, the jab. The jab, it looks like Pupilo actually taking some time to maybe talk to some admins, perhaps. It looks like he's going AF stick. I'm not sure if he's actually a stick player or a pad player, but
yeah, we'll find out what's going on here soon. But it seems like he has decided that this round is not going to cut it.
Yeah, perhaps a reset in the game itself, because I mean, both of these players, as you mentioned, right, from Rio de Janeiro, so I don't expect their connection to be too much of an issue. Could just be a hiccup in the system right now. Hopefully we get it all sorted out in this next match as Shades doing the gentlemanly thing and making sure this ends as quick as possible. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, at least show some cool combos, though, you know? What do you got?
I feel that. I mean, especially with Urian, dude.
Yeah, he's definitely got some cool options. Anyway, we didn't see any, but okay. I don't know. Yeah, we'll find out what's going on here. Unfortunate. I did really like that first game that we saw, again, out of Shades. Great moments for pressure. Was willing to take risks defensively.
Yeah, I mean, definitely willing to take risks defensively, right? Like one of the first times he gets knocked down, just the raw headbutt, and we saw a couple of raw headbutts, even ones that Pupilo stuffed, right? That's why we saw that one where he got hit out of the air. But because the fact that it brings you airborne, it's always going to be an air tech hit, right, where you just float back instantly. So it's not going to really result in any huge punish. It's just going to be something you take the hit. You're going to have to deal with pressure afterwards, most likely. But I mean, it's still much better than just getting full combo punish for something.
Yeah, those go up into the sky really fast. I think the light is airborne frame 3. It's really quick that you go up and become unthrowable. Of course, he could have also done EX headbutt in a couple of situations that we didn't see. Could have more risks, but that's going to require seeing what's going to come from Pupilo here, assuming that we can get back into the match.
Exactly. But thank you all for joining us here on twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters. Really appreciate y'all because this is top 8 for South America 2. Of course, we had Piccolo win South America 1 qualifier. He's our first representative of the region. And yeah, man, I mean, I think all these regional events have been really intense, honestly. Like all the matches have just been spectacular. And of course, with the entire Capcom Cup spot itself being on the line, the players are feeling more pressure than ever, and I just love seeing them rise to the occasion. I mean, there's been so many players playing so well. We've seen Daigo and Kaba and all these players that are just so phenomenal, really stepping their game up and looking better than they've ever been. Like, I think when Kaba qualified, that was like the best I've ever seen Kaba play, and he talked about how hard he's been practicing, and a lot of these players have been practicing extremely hard to get this spot. And again, they're practicing in the environment they're playing the tournament in, right? During the offline seasons, a lot of the time we practice online because it's the most convenient way to practice, and that's where most people get the most time in, and then they have to take that into the offline realm, which of course people love. I mean, everybody loves offline fighting games, but this right here is it's a different beast, but at the same time people are familiar with it. I'm definitely interested in seeing how people adjust to this online pressure of qualifying for a spot. Yeah,
look, offline doesn't matter for most of us this year.
Yeah,
it's just not, I see people on Twitter and the like talking about things that would have worked offline if it had been that case. That doesn't matter this year. It just is not relevant, right? That's not the world we live in. We live in an online world, and what works online is what works as a period, right? That's the end of the sentence because that's all we got. So I do think that some players have adapted to that really well. I think a particular example was Europe East and Middle East, where the connection between the players was super far. Russia to UAE was quite a distance. But you can play to that. You can still game plan in advance for how to approach that kind of stuff. You maybe are more focused on bringing the game to the opponent rather than trying to react. Maybe if that's your style, maybe you pick characters that are better accustomed to not reacting, not needing to react. Even if that's very strong in some circumstances, we're not in those circumstances. So change your gameplay, have a game plan that includes how to handle connections online, because that's where we are. So we're going to find out that the players have now gone into the top of the lobby here.
Yeah, it looks like the match stopping is being ruled a mid-match pause. So Pupilo is forfeiting the first round. He's not going to be forfeiting the entire game. So when we get into this next round, it looks like it's just going to be Dark taking the first round real quick. Or excuse me, not Dark, Shades. And then we're going to get into a proper second round following it. But yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, we've seen even in the pre-show talk about it where it was like, I believe it was F-Word talking about a specific Ibuki player and just showing that he was doing a lot of raw command dashes, right? You can do more stuff like that in online. You can take advantage of your opponent, really test their reactions. Like, that's what you need to do, right?
Yes.
We saw Juninho yesterday, right? That's, I mean, bringing the game to your opponent and just making sure that they feel uncomfortable as possible and kind of playing into that online space too, and being like, okay, maybe you would be able to deal with this more offline. And if you let yourself think about that, that's even like a worse pressure on you. It brings your mental status down. And I think that's just something that you can prey upon as a player in this online realm.
Well, I hope that this match, as they both try to lock in on the lobby here, I hope that this match will be a little bit better. But in any case, again, you have to plan for this. This is something that we've all known about. It's not news. So you have to plan ahead. That's your job as the player in these circumstances, as difficult as that can be in some cases. Indeed. So, all right. Now, we did see, remember, Pupilo switch over to V-Trigger 1. I'm expecting that to stay as he comes in here.
Okay, and it looks like Shades is going to hit Pupilo once, and then going to let the time run out as not to build any meter or anything like that. Just give him the round victory and then moving on.
Makes sense, yeah. I mean, this is a situation that we've seen, similar kinds of things in regular offline tournaments, you know, sometimes there are issues with whatever the hardware or software is. And in those cases, you just have a replay. You just hit the opponent once, to minimize meter building or anything like that. And then you wait a little bit.
Yeah.
We've all been here before.
Exactly. So I'm very interested in seeing how Pupilo bounces back because, again, second place finisher last time, an extremely strong Balrog player.
Yeah.
It just really was all about Shades in that first game, making the right decisions and the right reads at any given moment and really showing that he's willing to do different things defensively. And then once he got offense, he really cycled his options well, as I mentioned, right? Off those EX knees, he conditioned his opponent early and then preyed upon that conditioning beforehand. Just classic fighting games. I really am a big fan of the way Shades played Urian. I think also you just got to kind of establish that as a Urian player to make your opponent afraid. I think that's one of his biggest aspects, right? I think he intimidates the opponent easily. Yeah. So because of that, if you could add a little bit more razzle dazzle, a little bit more to be concerned about as the opponent, it's something that will add up very exponentially.
He's a very versatile character. He's got a lot of great buttons on the ground. He's got some great anti-airs. He has great pressure, good damage, good mix-ups, a great V-trigger, one of the best. So he's a very all-around character. You understand, you know, why a lot of people put him in top tier this season, or if not in top tier, like just outside. You never see anybody this season put him, I think, any lower than that. Even last season, many people had him in top 10. So he's very strong. I think that's something we've all expected. Boxer, I think, is a very interesting case because last season we didn't see quite as much of the character. In fact, many Boxer players switched to G, at least temporarily. And this season we see more of them. I do like the buffs that they gave this character. I love his trigger 2. I love his V skill 2 as options to sort of satisfy some of the problems that he had in some matchups, right? It allows him to overcome some situations by having that plus frame dash punch more regularly often. That kind of stuff, I think, really opens up the character. And of course, Pupilo was able to use it to get second place last time. Smug able to use it to qualify for Capcom Cup.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Smug already qualified. And I love when a V skill and a V trigger, like the additional ones, can do that for a character. Yeah. Can give them tools in matchups that they were struggling with before, give them a little bit more freedom in how to play certain matchups. I think that's a great addition to a character for sure. And I really do love V skill 2. I understand why he's going with V skill 1 here, you know, dealing with the fireballs, liking the mix-ups off of V trigger 1 as well. But it looks like we're getting right into it now. Round 2, the time has been over, and yeah, we're playing.
All right, that was just the jab that Shades had before, like we said. They waited for the time to go out. We're back into playing, and it seems like neither player is particularly worried about the connection now. They're playing normally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, they're playing locally here on the Brazil stage.
Yes, indeed. Gotta bring it home.
And ready with that stand strong. We've seen that as a buffer a couple of times. Super important button for Urian, of course. And we have seen Shades use it to strong effect.
Yeah, very clutch moments bringing that out. From that range, though, Balrog is going to be the dominant factor.
Hoping to see some kind of buttons. And Shades defensively has had some funky choices. Wow, okay, let's go.
Oh, my goodness, Shades.
Doing the cool combos. Yes.
Yeah. And he needed it from that range, too, right? Yeah, that was super good.
But now a dangerous man, Pupilo, with that EX, with that V trigger ready to go. Yep, EX into it, and now he's starting the party. Okay.
Oh, it combos off of it.
Not quite. If he had EX in time, he didn't, but it doesn't matter. Comes up for the grab. Shades takes game number 2.
Showing he is truly a Urian expert in that match. Not only with the neutral jump, a long distance hit confirm right there using the Coral Punch. In case you don't know what the inputs for that are, it's very hard input to do from a charge motion because you go forward medium punch and then he went headbutt. So he was charging down, forward medium punch, bringing the stick up, and then committing to that last up forward for the headbutt. Really well done from Pupilo there. And then getting the trade combo with the second mirror off the EX tackle as well. Super good.
And ready for the anti-air here. Last time he tried, Pupilo had a different jump button, but this time Shades is right in there immediately. Oh, Pupilo's in big trouble right now. Overhead.
Oh my goodness.
And it's going to be one more mix-up here for Shades to take it. And he does just like that with a P, and he's at match point.
Wow, perfect hesitation on the beginning of the round just to get that counter hit combo, and he rode it all the way to victory.
Oh no, I think Pupilo's just going to give it up here.
Yeah,
it's looking like it. I think he has said congratulations to Shades. We're moving on into second round of losers top 8. Pupilo, second place, last CPT online South America. This time he's gonna go out in seventh place.
Yeah. losing our last match of losers round 1 top 8. Definitely an unfortunate way to go out, but Shades, I mean, he was really impressive on the Yuri, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he plays in losers quarterfinals for sure. Big ups to Pupilo competing in our South America 2 qualifier. Again, a player that I was looking to go very far in this tournament, but you know, the cookie crumbles in different ways. So unfortunately, he's going to be going down. And then we're going to have Shades going to be going up against Darlan in that half of losers quarterfinals, of course. So yeah.
All right. Well, unfortunate to see, but there it is. So, yeah, I mean, Pupilo, look, this is not the weekend that he wanted to have. This result here yesterday, in which he, lost relatively early and then had to make comeback through Didymokov, which was a very strong match that he had, and then through Juninho Ras, which was a bit of a little heart murmur there, I would think.
Yeah.
And then here, just not the weekend he was looking for, but he's obviously very strong. This was his last chance to qualify for Capcom Cup this year in a tournament, but I hope that we see him in the future because there's clearly a lot of strength.
Yeah, I definitely love everything that Pupilo brings to the table when it comes to Street Fighter V. So I definitely want to look forward to seeing him in the future for it again as well. Okay, so thank you everybody for joining us so far, of course, here on Capcom Fighters. And remember, you can find Capcom Fighters at Capcom Fighters on pretty much all social media, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all of that is Capcom Fighters. So if you're looking to follow the action on any of your favorite social media accounts, that is the place to do it. But for now, we're going to take a quick break as we get into our losers quarterfinal matches when we get back. Please do not go anywhere, and we'll be right back here on twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters.
The curtain falls.
I'll take you downtown. Boom! That's how you start the fight and finish it quickly.
Let's have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go. Whip up! That's that.
Terrific wing! Go beyond the battle.
Get ready.
Destroy! Begin!
Let's go.
Disappear! Kneel! You do not have the strength to crush the spirit of the king.
All right. I really like to exercise, and training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death, vile insect.
Pull out all the stuff.
Hadouken! Resurrection!
And welcome back to Capcom Fighters, everybody. What's good? I am Ringe. This is Ultra David. You've been through the round 1 top 8 with us so far. You can see that the winners finals, of course, is going to be Chuchu versus Jales right there on your screen as I speak. But we're not going to get to that, of course, just yet. You guys know the schedule in which this goes down. It's going to be the Griffin Mask versus Dark, and then we're going to have Darlan versus Shades BR to determine our loser semifinals before popping back up to winners.
Exactly right. So Griffin Mask versus Dark, looking for this to be Blanca versus G. It's just so cool to watch Blanca, you know. It's a character that I have quite a bit of respect for, with the, you know, very unique mobility that the character has with balls and with hops and all sorts of different stuff, right? And for him to get caged by G, I feel like may not be easy. I guess we'll see how that goes. It's just a matchup that I don't see very often, as are basically all matches when it comes to Blanca.
Yeah, for sure. Underrepresented character. Griffin Mask, I don't think he's too reckless with the Blanca balls, really. That was the only thing I would say you need to be concerned with in this matchup because of rush punch punishes. But, I mean, if you're not reckless, which he really hasn't been, to be quite honest, he hasn't been throwing them out, then he's got nothing to worry about. I think besides that, if you take that away, I think the matchup seems pretty even. But I could be wrong.
Could be wrong. Yeah,
I could definitely be wrong, for sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, not a matchup we see much, but I want to see, because of that, I kind of want to see how Dark deals with this, right? Is because I want to see if he's prepared for this Blanca matchup. Of course, we've seen Griffin Mask play in this region a lot. If he's played a decent amount against Griffin Mask, they're both pretty high ranked, right? Master and Warlord. So we're going to see if he's prepared, because I feel like it's always going to be Griffin Mask being prepared for the opponent, right? G is obviously a popular character. He's going to have seen this character for quite some time. Even before he played Blanca, I'm sure he played against plenty of G. So it's all about how Dark reacts to the things that Griffin Mask brings to the table.
They're both from Rio, by the way, so they should know each other. Starting off pretty well as Dark. Again, it's not just been about offense for him. It's been about really strong neutral game so far. And he does go in with the ball.
Okay, yeah, and you see the rush punch coming out real early. It's going to allow him to get a second level of presidency, too. No, the neutral jump actually clips him, but that presidency level is down now.
Ready with the block as well. Man, Dark is looking on point so far. That said, this V-Trigger 2, super explosive. Stands up to make sure he's okay. Stands up again. And that said, look, Griffin Mask is still here, but it's over. And now, just like that, it is activation for Dark. And he's going to have, at minimum, the corner. Not quite the round, but one mix-up is all he needs.
Well, you can see he doesn't even apply any pressure afterwards, knowing that the EX reversal is a threat from Blanca. I really like him backing off and just sitting there waiting for a whip and punishing it cleanly.
Round 2. Fight.
Super impressive to have that safety first kind of play in a moment like that, where he could have dashed in. Most G players would dash in, and he just didn't even think it was necessary.
Exactly, with that V-Trigger available. Instead, he was just kind of content with staying at that range, to where if he threw out a fireball, it'd be very safe. If he jumped, he'd be able to anti-air. Of course, confirming the crush counter now as well.
Not quite there for the V-meter build, but here's Griffin Mask with the grab. Start a little bit of a pressure. Yes. That was it at that point.
The forward fierce just to try to get out of range, ended up getting punished anyway for it.
No anti-air this. And
wow.
Yeah, surprised to see it not EX for Dark.
Yeah, that would have been EX.
There, but yeah.
Precisely. Well, there's the EX reversal we talked about before, wiping his hands clean of it.
Dark is just looking for one hit. After that, he'll need one mix-up to take this, and that was probably the intention. I imagine crouching jab into crouching medium punch, but it just didn't come out.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta imagine that there was a normal that was lost in translation before that EX move.
So, okay. Dark ready again, as he has been throughout this top 16, ready for those dashes.
Yeah, constantly
characters. His own jump is strong. Into the corner here, big damage. Stun was there.
I love that. Oh, I love that. Just harassing with the fireball as soon as he gets out of range. Wow, the reset with the level 2.
This cheeky dude. We've seen him do that a couple of times so far in this top 16. But hold on. Yes, V-Trigger 1 from G is dangerous, but V-Trigger 2 from Blanca is one of the stronger ones as well.
You gotta weather the storm here. Yeah, the plus frames continue. This time just taking the throw.
Patience. Yeah. Patience from Dark. And what else would it be in that situation? He has been patient. He took grabs a bunch of times defensively against V-Trigger 2 in a couple of different rounds. You know, he's just willing to wait it out. He knows that he could make a comeback, but he also knows that he can react. And he's been able to react to dash forward with his own counter, crouching short jab, or to jumps with crouching fierce. And if you are ready with both angles like that, it's going to be really hard for opponents to make a comeback.
And the take the throw mantra that a lot of people like to apply to Street Fighter V is most effective in a situation like that, where you have a significant life lead and your opponent is constantly pressuring you, trying to make this big comeback. Just to take the throw, take the minimal damage, right? You don't want to give them anything that's going to bring them back into the game. It's going to give them some mental aid.
Yeah, ready. Crouching jab, and just like that, Dark has the corner for himself. Griffin Mask stuck here. At least EX out. He does get there in time. Anti-air? Yep, you gotta jump real early if that's gonna work. No activation?
All kinds of counter hits. Oh, and then the jump over. That's gonna be another round for Dark.
I'm not sure why Griffin Mask didn't activate. Gotta think that that was the intention there, and then after that, things just fell downhill.
And the fish is biting the headdress.
Oh, is that not normally that Blanca has? I feel like that's just Blanca, right?
Oh, that's just Blanca. That's what it is. Many alternates. You can see again, just putting out the crouch jab. Dark definitely constantly looking for him to get in that range, take advantage of it. Hallmark of a great G player.
Yeah, just feeling confident. You know, not feeling like he needs to force any situations because he knows that he's going to be so strong if he does find one. Trying to play footsies there versus crouching fierce and ready with the V skill. Here's Dark now into the corner.
What an answer. We talked about it before, that V skill, bringing him back to the original side, cutting that screen off. He does get some more screen to his position, but the counter hit on the wheel kick going to allow for the follow-up. Oh, and then catches his legs.
It's not enough. Griffin Mask is barely alive. Yes, he still is here. He can get a slide activate. Exactly what comes. Dark. Oh, no! What was that? It was supposed to be up ball, maybe? Jump short, up ball into V-trigger, maybe? I don't... hard to say. Whatever it was definitely not supposed to have been jump back light kick. And instead, that's what came. And Dark was ready, as he seemingly always is.
Yeah, and that stand medium kick, you're going to see that move a lot more once Gs have their V-trigger available, right? Because stand medium kick doesn't lead into anything unless you have that V-trigger activation on deck. So he presses it there just in case it does hit or does block, so you can go into it. But however, it hits and kills and puts him up 2-0.
Dark just playing this slow style, ready for, well, hoping to be ready for something like that. Not quite there.
Yeah, exactly. I was actually a little bit surprised that he get a couple of whiff punishes on those big commitments from Blanca, but we see the crouch medium punch and the rush punch come out anyway.
You see Griffin Mask trying to walk back and forth, trying to find a spacing. Yes, the slide, but to what end afterward? You know, at that point, okay, yes, he has plus frames here. Makes it count.
There we go. They're making it count in spades right now. Gets 2 hits, but tries to dash in afterwards. And yeah, that is not something you can do unless you establish the opponent can't press buttons beforehand.
Okay, Griffin Mask. Trigger. Dark also. Is this the activation point? It comes. And remember how Dark has handled this is just with...
Wow.
Wow. So having seen all those successful grabs before, Griffin Mask tried it again. And V-skill just taking absolute control.
Oh my goodness here.
Again, though, it's not enough.
Yeah, still doable for Griffin Mask at this point. Oh, tries the wheel kick, recovers in time, not get punished. Oh and my goodness!
Jump back jab, and what a call, right? It's exactly the right thing to do. If that had just been empty jump back, Griffin Mask could have gotten an anti-air. Dark made that not even an issue. It's match point for him.
These answers for Dark in the neutral red on defense, you were right. This is the most impressive part of his G game so far.
Into the grab, as we have seen Dark do, right? Hit into just the grab.
Wow, the forward fierce has been working out now. Yes.
Again, the readiness, constantly ready is Dark as he slowly pushes Griffin Mask over to the wall.
Staying so consistent and compact, never really whiffing. He does whiff a crouch medium punch there.
No, you're right. Yeah, he's just ready. And here he is. He's got the corner. He's got full super over here by the bananas. But, okay, EX parabolic.
Nice. Yeah, getting through the projectile here. Oh, but wait a minute.
I don't know if Griffin Mask has gotten away with one regular dash. I feel like they've all been checked.
Incredibly impressive stuff, especially on the defensive end with a character like G who doesn't have a 3 frame, wakes up with his 4 frame, gonna make the most out of it. Pop the activation as well, put him on life support. What are we doing next? Again, just going with the legs, playing it nice and safe, and taking the set 3-0 over Griffin Mask.
The readiness constantly, I think, was such a huge part of that. Again, I can't recall immediately offhand if there even was a dash that wasn't checked. It seemed like they all were. Most of the jumps were anti-aired, not all of them. That's going to be hard to do, especially with a character who has a couple of different jump arcs that he can bring in if he has V-Skill 1. But he had most of them. And so that really felt like it made Griffin Mask uncomfortable on the ground. On the ground where there's a fireball to contend with against G, on the ground where there's a stand fierce, which was used a couple of times, crouching medium kick from G, stand medium kick, all these buttons that really felt like they were shutting down what Blanka wanted to do in conjunction with the readiness for dashes and the readiness for jumps.
Yeah, and then even a couple of those instances where he tried to escape with the EX ball, he got V-skilled, right? Like even the V-skill, another defensive mechanic that he was using it just expertly. I mean, very impressed with Dark throughout that whole matchup. Like his G game was impeccable, not only on offense, knowing the routes and everything, but on defense and in neutral, more importantly.
Always feels bad to make it to top 8 winners and then to lose and then lose again, and extra bad if it's 6-0. I know that Griffin Mask is a strong player, but I think he ran into maybe 2 of the strongest here that we have in this top 8, because Jales last time, of course, made it to 3rd, and he looked like an absolute buzzsaw through Griffin Mask. And Dark looks like he's a man on a mission as well.
Yeah, I mean, both those matches that we've already seen from Dark have been so impressive. Like, this man knows G inside and out, and he is making the most of the tools that his character has to specifically counter his opponent's tools. And that's just the name of the game when it comes to fighting games. So he's looking like a very hard person to deal with tonight, for sure. But it looks like we have our opponents, or I should say our players, in the next match already ready to go. It's going to be Shades versus Darlan, going to be Urian versus Akuma. Should be a good one too.
I mentioned at the beginning that there were 3 countries represented in this top 8, 6 Brazilian players, 1 from Peru, and 1 from Argentina. The Argentinian player is already gone. That was Shaka. And now it is up to Darlan to make it happen, if it's going to happen, for Peru, or for anybody not from Brazil, I guess, as well.
Exactly. We're going to have exclusive Brazil bracket remaining after this match. We'll see. And of course, you mentioned that the first winner of South America 1 is Picaro, a Peruvian himself. So we're going to see if a fellow Peruvian can join him, or if it's going to be a Brazil show for the rest of tonight.
Pretty tough haul. A lot of strong players in here. Winner of this will play against Dark. And again, he looks super strong today.
Yeah, I can't believe all the answers he's bringing out. Just expert stuff, for sure.
All right, well, we're coming in. See if these are the characters we expect. Yep, exactly what we're looking for on this.
And then Shades up against Pupilo actually looks super on point with the Urian as well. Utilize, I think, kind of echoing a lot of the statements we said about Dark, really having all these nuanced situations ready with Urian, switching up his defensive options very well, cycling his offense all options very well. It's going to be a tough task for Darlan.
Yeah, that seemed like it was a pretty tough online connection, but Shades was still nevertheless able to play it really, really well.
Yeah, definitely.
That's something you have to game plan for. You got to have an idea in mind if some problem like that arises.
Yeah, you mentioned, we talked a little bit about it during the break. He just seemed so accustomed to it, whether it was rough or not, right? Pulling out the hard combos, doing all his mix-ups cleanly, like he's just ready for it.
Wow, crouching fierce into stand fierce. I love it. Stealing a couple of frames right there, but that's good enough for Darlan. Again, the wake-up regular headbutt.
Yeah, I like Darlan not being discouraged about it, though, right? He takes the headbutt, presses buttons anyway, gets the stun, and seals the round. Show no fear. You cannot be intimidated by Urian, because once Urians do that, that's when they get to bully you. That's when they start getting to play the headbutt mind games. You end up flinching a little bit too late. You get counter hit by the stand medium punch. A lot of things could start falling apart.
A little bit too far away. Darlan comfortable. And taking the opportunity to build up V-Skill 1, okay. Rather than trying to pressure in that instance.
Yeah, once we've seen Shades like the EX tackle with the armor on, just to blow through fireballs and whatnot, so it's something you got to keep in mind.
Tried the fierce headbutt that time. And jump early fierce, actually. Shades not quite ready. This allows a bit of a pressure here from Darlan, who, again, going in with those demon flips. Very, very intense on those.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Shades responds. Maybe the stand roundhouse. Definitely a very good vertical hitbox on it. Starts up pretty quick.
Shades is dangerous. Darlan just gets away, uses the teleport. Haven't seen that move this year. There it was.
The whole year. That MIA. But yeah, he does have one mirror available. Of course, it is the second mirror, so whether he activates off the normal or whatnot, it's not going to be safe. However, he does hit with the EX tackle, so.
Okay, Shades into the mid screen. It was a scared throw. It was a back throw, but he's got another chance. Trying to walk up and make it happen. No dice. Here's. I think he's EX. Yes, he did. He did. You could barely see the startup first. It was just a huge read either way. Both players right there are fully committing.
Dude, Shades, and I love the hesitation beforehand to just walk up and block, and not really committing to a full hard walk up, knowing that Darlan's gonna be pressing buttons there, and then plotting on the demon and countering it perfectly with the EX headbutt. Super good stuff. Oh, unfortunate failed buffer there.
Yeah, I thought his funnel would be a little bit further away. Now, Darlan trying to pressure, not for long. And again, a little bit out of the range he was looking for. Both players in that instance. Shades swinging for the fences. He's had the anti-air fireball. Why not? Why not again?
Darlan now working his offense. Wow, jump up, meeting him in the air. Not even going to let him do the air fireball with that jump light kick.
Gutsy tech. That could have been walk forward into any button activated. And that's exactly what Shades is threatening. Here it comes.
Wait for a second, maybe trying to react to the teleport. If he did it, reset one more time, tries for the shimmy attempt. No, keeps it safe with the EX fireball.
Great defense from Darlan, and now that he has weathered that storm, he's got his zone coming down. Ready to blow in. Yes, here it is.
Activate here, tries to get that last bit of damage. Not enough.
Anything will do it. And charge fierce, but doesn't matter. Darlan's up in the sky, taking game number 1.
Yeah, we've seen Darlan really rely. He crutches on that fireball once he has the V trigger, right? In that, specifically in that corner from that space, he loves just taking the safe approach and jumping up, making his opponent deal with the fireball. Then you got to guess what he's going to do, whether it be in that situation, it could be anything, right? It could be a raw overhead. He can walk up and try to throw tech bait you. There's a lot of options, and it just gets overwhelming when dealing with Akuma there. But we've seen it kind of bite him in the butt a little bit, right? Up against Chuchu when he was able to kind of walk under them and just make him pay.
That's true, but I don't think that's something you're worried about Urian doing in that situation right there.
Exactly. For sure.
Again. Love it.
Nice whiff punish on the Stand Fierce attempt.
Yeah.
Ooh.
His use of the Fierces has been really, really strong.
Yeah,
yes, again, EX. Well, it doesn't even need it. Okay, it should be the round there for Darlan.
Yeah, and that's our combo. Super hit confirmable even when it's not a crush counter. So giving him the crush counter just making it even easier. And then the juggle in the corner as well. So good stuff from Darlan.
+3 stand fierce, crouching fierce, excuse me, it's been really important for him. Obviously, it is for every Akuma, but I love that he is taking advantage of it with stand fierce afterward rather than something that's faster. It's just an understanding of, you know, the timing mix-ups that are going on here between these two players.
Yeah, the rhythm at which his opponent wants to press buttons, right? He's not trying to make it a super tight window. He's trying to give him enough time to get antsy and press something. And now the forward throw is going to be enough to stun as well. Darlan is rolling here.
Getting everything he could out of that one.
Yeah, EX uppercut, making sure he pays for it. Off the tech throw, goes with the mirror. Only gets a throw out of the first one, though. It's going to be hard.
A little bit of timidity here for Shades as he needed to make a comeback. You can see as he moved forward that he was not quite committed to making the big reads there. And crouching short was all that Darlan needed.
Yeah, most definitely there. And when you're at such a low life as Urian, it's very hard to justify like taking a huge risk like that, right? Like you get the mirror out, you want to make a huge comeback, you want to dash up and do raw crouch fierce to try to get some big health on the board, right? But I mean, it's just hard to bring yourself to do that when you only have a pixel and a light button can kill you. So it was a rough situation to be in. 2-0 for Darlan. He's played this matchup excellently so far.
Especially that last round, that last game. Super fast start. Really did it. Whiff punish is already here this time. Pressuring a little bit. The cross cuts here. Look, he's looking fantastic right now.
And that's something we saw him struggle with against Chuchu, right? Not getting the cross-cut uppercuts out. It looks like he's taking the time between games to shore up his execution a little bit. And he is continuing to dominate the set so far.
Oh, man. Come on. Darlan, just like that at match point. I feel like this match just began and Darlan's ready to finish it.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, this is to face Dark here in loser semifinals. And Darlan looks like he's got a date with him.
Yeah, I continue to sense a little bit of timidity in Shades' side. He was very buttons heavy. If you think about how he played against Pupio, he was very buttons heavy in neutral. He was ready to swing. He was looking for buffers. Here, okay, he's maybe gaining a little bit of his confidence back. Yes, he is now, but boy, the beginning of this round was rough.
Yeah. Batista bomb in the corner, set him up. Very close to stun, especially after that Koro punch, but there we go. Darlan gonna get the activation off. Not gonna be able to switch sides from that combo, but still deplete that stun bar at the least.
He likes going up into the air. That's exactly where Shades was looking as well.
I'm gonna try to bust out with an EX tackle. V-trigger not available there. There we go. That's what I want to see on the Demon Flip setups is that stand heavy kick. However, still can't make the most of it.
Triggers over too early on the grab.
Too early indeed. That's gonna give Shades the round here. Oh no, my spectating has been halted, brothers.
Well, unknown whether the players are continuing or not. It looks like they are not because Darlan is in the lobby here and his opponent is not.
Yeah,
So
really.
that is unfortunate. It seemed like there may have been a hiccup a little bit before that. There was kind of a little jar that you could have noticed. So, look, that's tough. We'll see what the decision is on this.
Yeah. It's tough, obviously, because the game stopped, right? But that was the first round Shades put on the board. That was the beginning of his momentum, dude. Oh, I feel for him after that.
Yeah, I'm talking about how you need to be prepared for online play, but some things are harder to prepare for than others, right? And keeping momentum is such a huge part of feeling successful in a fighting game. And if you feel like that's interrupted, very commonly people have a tough time regaining that.
That's one of those where it's like, okay, you know, it's finally going well. I played a really solid round, you know, and I'm starting to figure out my opponent. And this is the type of thing that makes you think the universe just doesn't want me to win, dude. Like, I finally get my game going and then I get kicked from the lobby. That's definitely unfortunate.
That definitely is unfortunate. All right, we're hearing a little bit here about what we're going to do, maybe what has happened.
Yeah, we're getting an update. Thank you all for sticking with us, of course, here on Capcom Fighters. Again, if you're looking to follow Capcom Fighters on Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, it is all what you see on this Twitch link right now, and that is /Capcom Fighters. So please do give them a follow. Stay up to date with all the Capcom Pro Tour online events that are coming through. We see that actually Darlan has left the lobby as well. So we're going to get a update real quick for you guys, of course. And yeah, this is top 8 action. Again, winner takes all. Winner qualifies for Capcom Cup, joining Piccolo as the other South American representative for the Capcom Cup finals.
We're still in loser's side here. The winner of this will play against Dark in loser semis. Remember that winners finals is going to be Chuchu versus Jales, and we haven't seen either of those players in a little while now as we've been making our way through losers. But they look to me so far, maybe with the addition of Dark, maybe the most confident today, maybe the most prepared today. They're not just sort of one weekend players as far as preparation goes. Of course, Chuchu has made Capcom Cup in the past. This is a player who's gone really deep in tournaments in Brazil in the past as well. Extremely strong player for many, many years. And I hadn't seen him play in Street Fighter V quite as often. You know, in SF4, I had become accustomed to him, but in SF5, no. So for me, this is a big treat to see him yet again. And Jales, last CPT online, got 3rd place. He's going to get no worse than 3rd place today, I guess, right? He's put himself in at least that same position.
Yeah, he's remained consistent at the very least. And of course, I believe that is the match we're going to get to when we get back from a break. However, we have found out that it has been ruled a loss for Shades. He got disconnected, and that is going to be the end of the set, which means Darlan wins 3-0 and advances to face Dark in loser semis.
That is definitely the universe being unhappy with him right there. As you said, dude, that was the round where he seemed to wake up and seemed to be playing better, but it was not to be. So unfortunate right there. We have, as a result, Dark versus Darlan in loser semis and Chuchu versus Jales in winners finals. We'll get to one of those matches after we take a short break. Don't go anywhere.
In order to gain the upper hand in a match, one must understand how the neutral works in their respective fighting game. But what is neutral? Short for neutral game, neutral is the situation where both players are neither attacking or defending, so no player has the advantage over the other. In neutral, the objective is simple. Try to get your character in a position to apply pressure or try to achieve their most beneficial situation as soon as possible. You need to take advantage of things like your character's normal attacks, walk speed and dashes, and certain special attacks to help you gain control while simultaneously ensuring that the opponent doesn't try to use their tools against you. Be warned though, in Street Fighter V there are a number of moves that can bypass the neutral game. Moves that can travel a fair distance that are pretty fast, or moves that preoccupy a very important space to distract the opponent and limit their options. Neutral is different in every fighting game. Some games have incredibly fast neutral, whilst other games have a relatively slow neutral. Your spacing and situational awareness will play a key part in playing the neutral game. As the game's meta grows and develops, so should your understanding of the neutral. In high-level Street Fighter, whiff punishing is something you see quite often and is something you learn to have a deeper appreciation for the more you watch the competitive side of the game. But before I elaborate on what whiff punishing is, allow me to explain what whiffing actually means in fighting games. A whiff is basically a move that completely misses the opponent, sometimes with the intention to bait the opponent. This information is standard. Now if your move completely whiffs and your opponent clips that move with their own attack, then this is classed as a whiff punish.
A wave is coming.
You mainly see this happen with grounded normal attacks, but whiff punishing doesn't only apply to normal attacks. You can whiff punish quite a few special attacks as well. Whiff punishing requires great situational awareness, things like spacing, good reactions, and anticipation. These are some of the things involved when whiff punishing. A lot of moves can be whiff punished. Some are harder to punish than others, but moves that have a long recovery period are generally easier to whiff punish, but they still take a bit of practice. You need to have a very deep understanding of your character's toolset, whether it be normal attacks or special attacks, and to find out what attacks you should be looking to whiff punish with, so that you can maximize the damage from the whiff punish, as well as create a situation which is conducive to the character. Whiff punishing isn't something which is learnt overnight. It will take a while to see some results, so head into the training room and get practicing.
Ultra David and Ringe back with you for top 4 now at CPT Online South America. We're moving into the winners finals of the tournament here this weekend. And of course, we have already in the lobby those two players that will be Jales and Chuchu. Taking a look at the bracket right now.
Yeah, it's going to be our winners finals set, of course, to see who gets into the driver's seat for grand finals, gets that winner's side advantage, and gets one step ever closer to becoming the Capcom Cup qualifier. Of course, both of these players have played extremely well so far. We've seen Chuchu rock the Chun-Li and the Ibuki, but it's been all Rashid all the time for Jales, even going back to South America 1 qualifier where he picked up 3rd place. And as we mentioned before the break, that's at least the worst he can do here at this point, right? He's going to be consistent, but everybody knows you're aiming for that 1st place. That's the only reward to be had here, and that's what Jales wants. And I mean, he's been like my favorite player to watch in South America so far, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he faces Chuchu, especially because Chuchu, I think, on that Chun-Li specifically, has played a really solid ground game, hasn't really gotten bullied by his opponents at all, and that's what Jales does. He really bullies his opponents, gets aggressive, tries to make them uncomfortable constantly, so I want to see how the response is had.
These are 2 players from Sao Paulo, both Chuchu and Jales, so you got to think that they have some history there. And speaking of history, right, Chuchu has qualified for Capcom Cup in the past, some years ago, and in Street Fighter 4, but nevertheless this will be the first time for Jales if he were to win this match and then the next one.
Indeed. He got so close in that first competition for the South America qualifiers, so, you know, that just adds to the hunger even more.
He only lost to the guy who won the whole thing, right? That's
yeah.
who beat him both times. So now with Picaro not having entered this time, you would think Jales one of the favorites. I think that's what many of us called beforehand. Here he is in winners finals, just like many of us thought.
Yeah, during the very first...
Chun.
Okay, so we're starting with Chun, yeah, and the V-Trigger too, of course. Yeah, during the very first preview show on South America 1, one of the main like TOs and players of South America, the name is escaping me at the moment, called Jales as one of the favorites to win the entire tournament, went all the way to 3rd place. And yeah, as you mentioned, with the person that beat him, the only person that beat him not entering this tournament because he's already qualified, he's got to be the standout favorite. However, Chuchu, with that history of Street Fighter, history of successful Street Fighter, is definitely going to be a tough road to climb.
Yeah, 2 players with very strong neutral games so far that we've seen. Both of them willing to put themselves in interesting spots, calling out exactly what the opponent's going to do, right? It's something we've seen both of them do so far in this top 8. A little bit too far away for the forward stomp. So backing off and responding.
Beautiful, so much damage on that, and then baiting out the SBK.
Wow, okay. I wonder if he just thought that combo was going to stun or what.
Yeah. Not sure. He tried to go for the tick throw afterwards, which definitely would have stunned, but great defense from Chuchu here. He's gonna take the plus frames on the whirlwind, not interrupting there. Nice tick on the throw again, and just barely blocking the cross up.
One more chance. Trying to meet the opponent in the sky, and not quite there. Was crouching short. Huge range on that 4-frame button to end it for Jales.
Yeah, that crouch light kick from
super
Rashid, dude. 4 frames, and it just feels like it goes half screen.
I know.
Oh, looking. I love that from Jales, though. Being aware that that's where Chun-Li wants to press that stand fierce range. So he just tries to whip punish with stand fierce of his own. Not going to get it, but does get the jump in here.
Great damage. Corner carries here. Just like that, we're back into where we were for part of the end of the last round. Corner situation. Jales pestering versus Chuchu. Almost that stun. It is, in fact, at the stun.
Just expert spacing again, harassing with the stand fierces, and then once he gets slightly out of range for where she wants to press the stand fierce, micro walks back, punishes her with the crouch fierce, and again, just complete domination in that round.
You know, I talked a little bit earlier about how Jales beat Griffin Mask, and I felt like, wow, it just seemed like this is just like a bad player match. Like maybe they know each other really well, or like Leshe just had every genius call. But that actually looked just as strong, I would say, for Leshe versus Chuchu, even a player of that caliber. So, yeah, you can absolutely see why people thought in advance this was one of the major players to watch.
Yeah, he's got the Kuroko no Basta going on, man. He just seems to be in the zone. The lightning's coming from his eyes. He knows what to do. Okay. All right, this is a good start for Chuchu here. All single hits, but they're adding up as Jales kept trying to get in range to start his own game. There we go.
Stabbing underneath that roundhouse, one of the classic solutions to it. Here he comes. Corner yet again. I want to point out we have been here a lot of this match so far. Giving Chuchu some time, and yet again, 2 times there where Leshe gave Chuchu time in which he could have done EX. One of them did happen. Leshe almost there. A grab will do it. A medium kick will do it as well.
Bro, waiting for the wake up backdash, sees it, punishes it perfectly with the crouch medium kick, like just all Jales all the time.
Like he knew exactly what was coming. Ah, not here though. He gets ahead of himself. Chuchu's ready.
Classic Fado Fedo uppercut right there, man. That's one of the hallmarks of Jales. He's willing to take his turn back at any given moment. Whether he's on offense, whether he's defense, he's trying to steal stuff.
Roll in, that's exactly where he comes from, and he's now pressuring up close. Got the corner on the other side of the screen.
Bro.
And it's not stun, And okay, Chuchu willing to do it. We saw him pay for it big time before. Here he's in there again. Plus range, but too far for the crouching medium.
Yeah, but you know, Jales, no V-trigger available or anything like that. He's going to get close to it, though. And once he does, he'll might be looking for that V-skull touch. But what a whip punish on the stand. Fierce right there. And then using the EX all the way through to seal another game. 2-0 lead in winners finals like that.
4-0 in rounds as well. I mean, it's just, he is absolutely buzzsawing through even a player of Chuchu's caliber right now. And that's, what can you say about that? It just feels like he's had so many of the right moments, so many of the right spacings. He's jumped at exactly the right timing to get over fireballs. He has whiff punish like that. Yeah, okay, now we are seeing Chuchu go back to what I assume is character select, because Chun-Li is maybe not cutting it. I don't know that that's like a character problem per se, but
yeah,
the fact is that his Chun-Li is not cutting it right now, so maybe he'll try the Ibuki.
Yeah, we might say character switch here for sure. I mean, like I said at the top of this set, right, is that I haven't seen Chuchu really get bullied in the neutral game. He's done such a good job of making sure he puts at the defensive wall, especially when he's playing Chun-Li. But man, it's just Jales is so overwhelming. As you put it, I really like that term, buzzsawing through him. He's just relentless with his offensive pressure, really having all the right reads to back that up too. Because I mean, that's the scary part, right? You could play against a very aggressive player, a player that's willing to take risks and constantly just be in your face. But on top of that, when they're successfully having these hard call outs, that's when the mental starts to crumble.
What do we got here? And it is Ibuki. Yep, the switch comes here from Chuchu, trying to make this character work instead. We'll see what the difference is. It felt to me, honestly, like a lot of the problem was just in what moments did Chuchu throw a fireball, press down roundhouse, try EX bird kick, like maybe not the character's options, but like those timings for himself as a person. And Jales is still going to be able to capitalize on those if that is the problem.
Exactly. You know, something I felt like I highlighted in the first match of Chuchu was that he played Ibuki and Chun-Li in a similar space. Yeah. And so because of that, I mean, he still could fall susceptible to a lot of things that Jales wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, we're already here.
Yeah,
we're in the corner.
Already on the corner, putting his boys on lookout. Holla if 5-0's coming up for him.
Nice with the stand short there on the -4. Good work for the punish. He gets an opportunity for pressure, yes. That shit would love to activate. He comes in and does precisely that.
With the V-trigger too, he's gonna have these enhanced whirlwinds on deck. Yes, let me get those plus frames. Okay, the Eagle Spike working out.
Chuchu absolutely blocking, absolutely stuck in the corner.
Wow.
One time he thought no more. Again, I think that's not really the character, right? It's just Jales knowing exactly when Chuchu's gonna press a button. It's match point now. Moving into grand finals.
Yeah, he's really preying upon that rhythm that Chuchu wants to play at, because after that jump in, it wasn't even an immediate stand medium punch. He hesitated for just a few frames, enough to let him press the button. It was so smart.
Hard to ask this, but Chuchu has to be the one on offense, because when he's the one on defense, he's making the calls that just aren't working out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's very tough to just be like, hey man, you should play offense.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, like if he's playing defense, he's losing right now. Some people are confident there, and in this particular player matchup, maybe he's not.
Yeah, but he doesn't get a successful tick throw there. Jales stun bar depleting now, as he gets a little bit of space to work with. And man, Chuchu, you can tell he's just that type of player, right, that wants to be patient, wants to play it out neutral wise, but he just hasn't been having the right reads. And then again, some more damage being stacked up.
Blocking it out, trying to find some kind of spacing. His crouching medium kick just gets eaten. How many times?
Yo.
Look at this, the frozen Chuchu there, and that's gonna do it for Jales. Did not lose a round against one of the best players in South America, a former Capcom Cup qualifier. Jales, just an absolute tornado on his way into grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it. Honestly, that was just another dominant performance from Jales, just jumping over and harassing him so much, and then just conditioning him with throws until the last moment, right? Until all the pressure is mounting on you. You know that if you lose this next sequence, you're going to lose the set, and then he finally gets into throw tech, and it's just expert preying on your opponent's expectations and how they're feeling in the moment. I really love that.
He won that as fast as Rashid can move, I tell you. That was just Speed Demon. So we are now going to move down to loser's side as we try to make our way through. We'll have Dark versus Darlan, the remaining non-Brazilian player here from Peru.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Peru's still alive here, still with a chance to take both qualifying spots, of course, because Piccolo did win the South America 1 event. As you can see, the way the bracket has been broken down so far, Jales sitting pretty in grand finals, loser semifinals, as you mentioned, going to be our next matchup. It's going to be Dark versus Darlan for a chance at Chuchu, and it's all about Chuchu trying to bounce back from that massive loss he just faced up against Jales.
For sure. It's going to be tough. At least he'll have a little bit of time as this match plays out.
Yeah, both players are not in the lobby just yet,
Not
so we're
in the
going
lobby
to be going to be having them get in the lobby here in an instant. But again, thank you all for watching right here on twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters. Again, if you're looking to follow any of Capcom Fighters news or information, you can do so at Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all the social media outlets at Capcom Fighters, so you can follow along with the bracket. Because again, these events are starting to wind down a little bit. The regional events, we got a lot of players qualified, but there's still a whole lot to go. So there's going to be more Capcom Cup Pro Tour action on the horizon. If you want to make sure you stay up to date with that, social media is the best place to do it. So remember, everything will be Capcom Fighters no matter where you go.
We got Darlan now in there in the lobby. We got Dark now in the lobby as well. Looking for this to be Akuma. G, yet again, two of the strongest characters for sure this season and really the last few seasons, right? Since both of them have been out. They're both extremely, extremely strong. And despite a couple of nerfs for Akuma, and G actually got buffs. So shout outs to G, whose crouching medium kick needed to combo into stand short, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Feels good, man. Feels good.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, I play some G on the side.
I know,
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? You know. But anyway, yeah, I mean, Akuma is just a testament to his kit, though, right? The fact that he's gotten some adjustments, gotten normalized, so to speak, and still just always at the upper echelon of the tier list, at the upper echelon of the results. I mean, it's not like there's a ton of Akuma players, right? It's just really the Akuma players that play him do super well. They know the character, they really gel with the character, and I mean, his kit is definitely capable of always winning tournaments. That's just how it is. So you really got to bring it out with the player's skill, and we see the Akuma players do it time and time again. This time, Darlan going with the nostalgia outfit, trying to get into losers finals.
Interesting start from both there, a jump forward and a dash punch. Okay, confident about the spacing enough for crouching strong. I remember how airborne Darlan's approach tends to be. He likes to jump in, he likes to do demon flips as well, and I feel that G has some pretty good solutions to that with V-skill, with back fierce.
Yeah, great point for sure. Yeah, the crouch fierce, just a solid anti-air. But if he wants the meat, that's the back fierce, right? Because then you can juggle off of it, you get more damage. I mean, getting damage off anti-airs in this game is so important. Like, it's such a privilege that not a lot of characters have.
Akuma can go up into the sky with air fireball, but if G does V-skill, that just nullifies that, and G gets to get a punish there.
Yeah, but if he's ever in max president or level 3 president, he's gonna have wheel kick to answer that as well, blowing through projectiles.
Sure, yeah.
Like, yeah, he's got some answers to that.
All right, trigger's activated here. Dark has a life advantage, doesn't feel the need to dash in. He does finally. Not quite for the kill. V-skill to the rescue. As soon as he saw his opponent go up into the sky, that's exactly those two buttons were what Dark was looking for.
Yeah, but he had the enhanced because of the V-trigger activation as well, so gets a juggle property as well. More damage was coming if that didn't kill him off.
Oh, he thought he was in range. Would have been sick.
Yeah, but you see Dark willing to harass with these buttons. They don't lead to much. Again, the crouch medium kick, the stand medium kick, just to threaten in that range that Akuma wants to play at. Don't let him feel safe ever. Nice.
And there's the anti-air, ready for that. Dark's playstyle, I'm just so impressed by, because he makes this character almost look like a defensive character, right? As he's sort of moving as a wall forward, he is ready for anti-air, he's ready for the opponent to dash in. He's put up a wall of normals himself.
Most definitely. And now the jump in, not going to be contested that time. See Dark just with the raw activate there. You got to be real careful about that neutral jump, my friend. Here you out of this guy.
Neither one wants to come in here.
Yeah. And that's why Dark is respecting it, right? Since his V-trigger is active. Oh my goodness, not going with it. Thought he was going to try to juggle with a rush punch. Does not, though.
Whoa. It's not enough, though. Darlan still has maybe a fireball left in him, and of course dash forward gets checked like it has been for Dark the entire top 8.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is that, you know, you're talking about G being kind of a defensive character with the way Dark plays him, and obviously he's not a defensive character in the traditional aspect where he has a 3-frame button, he has the EX invincible reversal, but those lights go so far and give him so much of a reward. If you can establish checking the dash like that, it's going to make the opponent so hesitant to ever get into that range. Yeah, and just checking constantly.
If that had forward fierce had been slightly earlier, would have been huge. This is huge by itself. Why not? Dark getting some great damage. And by the way, a lot of stun already.
Yeah, but he's able to trade with that rush punch. It was a level 2 rush punch as well. Of course, he does lose the precedent, but has the corner, he'll be more than happy with that. EX wheel kick does get stuffed on wake up. Or excuse me, on startup.
Again, ready was Dark. Just feels so difficult to approach. Checks him with the 5-framer, and now that was enough. That was enough.
Because he's in the corner, he got the follow up with a V skill. So he's gonna put himself up in this game as well. Nice DP. Especially because Dark hasn't been jumping that often, so good stuff from Darlan still being ready for it. He obviously did eat a jump in after the fireball that time, so he might have been looking for it.
Just in time before that forward fierce hit yet again.
Oof. Thought he could press the button, but he was still locked from that fireball stun.
Yeah, you can see Darlan hoping to find a buffer. He does here, but again, that stand short comes to the rescue. Is this the activation point? Not yet. Oh my god. Dark comes in with the low. He's got big damage. He's got big stun. Is it enough? It's not. Even the back throw was not quite enough, but anything will do it. Here's the check.
Okay, no full combo though. Okay, he's gonna be able to confirm that one for sure. Yeah, gets caught flinching one more time. Darlan puts himself on the board.
Final round. Fight.
Nice by Darlan. Great job in general by Dark, by the way, to know what's coming as the opponent jumps in, because he has had blocks against air fireballs, and he has had, or this as against air fireballs, and he's actually anti-aired regular jumps. Those are mix-ups that he's understanding.
And you can see afterwards too, once he lands, the EX wheel get to go through the fireball. He's been dealing with a regular fireball very well on top of that, just V-skilling a lot of them that are safe to do so.
Just even there at that time.
Yeah, and he knew that the jump was too far away to really contest with one of his many anti-air buttons, so he just waits.
Here comes Darlan. Gotta make this one count, and again, that one, not a dash, but properly checked the walk up. Dark thinking about activating. See there? Okay.
Yeah, but I really like the wheel kick. He knows that Darlan loves just neutral jump fireballing once he got the V-trigger activate. Doesn't do it there. Gets stuffed on the startup of the fireball.
No, he didn't get the combo. Crouching jab could have been turned into something. V-skill to the rescue, maybe. Dark is trying to make it happen.
How much magic is in that pixel, my friend? How much?
He's got a real magical character, dude. Oh, no!
Yeah, no commitment. I'm not sure if it was just a fireball to be extra safe or if he missed the input on the EX rush punch. Either way, no! The jump back!
Screen scroll from Darlan. I love that kind of stuff. When you see somebody know exactly where they and the opponent are on screen, and they know that if they were to walk forward, they move the screen behind them just so that the opponent falls on the fireball. That is exactly the kind of fundamental control that I love to see.
That was the key to it, right? Because if he didn't move forward, if he didn't stretch that screen, the fireball was not going to connect right there. So beautiful awareness from Darlan.
That's 30-year-old fighting game fundamentals right there, man. People have been doing that since Street Fighter 2. Love to see it.
Oh, man, that was, really, really good. To tie up the set, too. Stuff his momentum before he can get too out of control. Nice hit confirm on the crouch medium kick. Forward though as well. He's really relying on that momentum. Great awareness from Dark to recognize that he didn't get the counter in there.
Okay. Now he has chosen not to just directly activate a couple of times here. Yeah, here he comes.
And Darlan just willing to take the forward throw. He's got a hefty life lead right now, so he didn't want to risk anything. I respect it.
Just safety here from Darlan.
Ooh, caught it for the last second, and now the command throw. We haven't seen it yet this set. It's starting to rear its head.
Yeah, one more. One more. Could be grab. Could be, and it is the command grab. Yeah, he kept it in the cupboard all this time, and finally it brings that 2 times in a row.
And I thought regular throw would have gotten the job done in terms of damage, but Dark doesn't even want to give him the opportunity to tech. Ballsy decision, but pays off.
Trying his own fierce. in response. Not gonna cut it. Here comes Dark.
I love that punish, not just taking a sweep back or anything like that, making sure he gets the corner carrying more damage.
Backdash. Wow, confident stuff right there by Dark. And Darlan really not pressuring too hard.
Oh, no hit from that time.
That is tough. It's possible. Here comes Fierce yet again. I love his use of that. We've seen that throughout this top 8.
Yeah, he really loves pressing that crouch medium kick at a very far distance and then following it up with the stand Fierce. It's worked out for him a lot.
Activation has come now. Dark harassing in the corner. Yep, confirm comes. Keeping it light. All he needs is one more combo, and it could be anything. It could be a command grab. He's going to take it. Even chip. Darlan would love to activate himself.
Yeah, you know, that's what
he does. Can he get in through? And he jumps over on reaction in the screen freeze. It's not enough. He needs one more.
Oh my goodness.
Where's he going? He just didn't believe in the hit, but he has super. Yeah. And I'm sorry, G. There's not a lot you're going to do about that.
Yeah, complete checkmate scenario, and that is this G not having anything to counter that super. Chips him out and ties up the set. Oh. Ends up getting clipped out of the air with a rush punch. I think he even caught Dark a little bit off guard, wasn't ready to level up or anything like that.
Properly.
So counter hit confirmed right there, going with the crouch medium punch after the counter hit crouch jab.
And you can really feel Dark starting to be a little bit more assertive about moving forward rather than feeling like he's being comfortable mid-screen defensively looking for anti-airs. He's still doing that stuff, but it seems like more intent about being on offense.
I love the word he chose right there, because it doesn't feel like he's anxious or antsy or anything. It just feels like, yeah, he's trying to impose his will a bit more. Not recklessly, but just trying to play the aggressor.
Exactly the right call. He puts himself at level 2, and he backs off. As Darlan's just slightly scooting forward, and EX wheel through what he expected, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah,
fireball.
I mean, I feel like he backed off in the first place because he had that level 2 president. He had the enhanced fireball to just start harassing with. I think once he took that and you get pushed back a little bit more, he recognized that in that range, Akuma doesn't have any normals or anything to contest me with, right? So instead, he's probably going to look for the fireball, calls it out perfectly with the EX wheel kick. I mean, and at that point, it was probably either fireball or demon flip, I think. So either way, the wheel kick would have worked out. I just think that was expert scouting from Dark.
Sweep, setting things up for himself there with Darlan. And wake up V-skill, what guts, what knowledge, what expectation right there. That said, Darlan's still harassing him in the corner. Knew he was at minus, he blocks off.
Fierce as well, trying to fight back and get out of that corner here. Get up crouch Fierce a little bit late on the recognition, so he just goes with the safest anti-air possible.
Trigger's almost ready. Darlan makes the opponent block anything more. Dark's gonna have it.
Yeah, but
there it is.
That crouch medium kick, that's all he needed to block to build it.
You gotta be so concerned. Jab! Oh!
Okay.
Blocking low for his life. Trying to move around with these little micro movements, but he wants to block low just in case.
Oh, he's trading off that, and no, the V-skill actually catching him, trying to assert his offense.
Pressing the button just too soon, and the full conversion comes to put Dark onto match point.
Yeah, unfortunate for Darlan right there. Just gets caught flinching, not expecting that V-skill follow-up, and of course, once you get hit by that, the juggle is there as long as he's still a maximum president.
Match point Dark, he has played so well.
Roundhousing now. Oh my goodness, the whip punish with the stand Fierce.
At least the tech there from Darlan, he's not completely out of this thing yet.
Yeah, these minute movements from Dark, just, yeah, look, constantly trying to bait him into pressing one of his long range buttons so he can get a clean whiff punish. My goodness.
Yeah, that range is exactly where Roundhouse hits, where Fierce hits, and where Akuma, as strong as he is, doesn't have buttons.
Yeah. It's so smart. And then you have the double jab combo, of course, going into the big EX specials, putting him on life support at this point. Darlan, just a pixel of health left.
Absolutely. Safety first as a meaty from Dark. He knows all he needs is one more hit, and he's confident in finding that here. Hold on, though, Darlan. With pressure of his own. Yes. Still alive.
Yeah, that's why he's going with the maximum
and
president.
Preemptively.
Yes, and that's exactly why he just raw activates the V trigger right there, right? He wanted the enhanced V skill. It'll stuff fireballs, it'll nullify them. If you want to jump at me, it's a great anti-air. Great stuff from Dark, really prioritizing the compact defensive style of play that we've seen time and time from him again in this top 16.
Yeah, he again continues to be extremely impressive. Impressive enough that he has made it into losers finals. It will be him versus Chuchu, of course. At that point, only 3 players remain. The point we're at right now, we're waiting in the wings, and grand finals continues to be Jales. We take a look at the bracket for you here. And losers finals now is Chuchu versus Dark. So congratulations to Darlan for getting 4th. I know that's not what he was looking for here, but he did make a deep run into it, repped his country quite well. We, though, are down now to 3 remaining, all Brazilian. Looking forward to that.
Yes. Thank you all for joining us here on twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters. As David mentioned, we are down to the final 3, and we will be right back with losers finals. Please don't go anywhere right here on Capcom Fighters.
Paraneuro device expansion completed. Pseudo personality asset is imported properly. Biological brain connected. Dawn unit 0. Startup sequence will begin.
Well now, little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Dawn unit 0. Activated.
Well, Jory, who is a piece of junk? Show me something worth taking. Your data is now useless. Witness the power of the content engine. This is the power of the king! Your data will reside in me for eternity.
PlayStation.
And welcome back to twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters, everybody. We are here. We have arrived at the top 3 of our South America 2 qualifier. I am Ringe. This is Ultra David. And it's been a phenomenal night of matches so far. Big ups to everybody that's been tuned in right here on Twitch, of course. And we are going to get to the losers finals, which is going to be Chuchu, a player that has qualified for Capcom Cup in the past in Street Fighter 4, going up against Dark, an amazing G player that has been on a roll in losers. As you can see, 3-1 over Shaka, 3-0 over Griffin Mask, and 3-1 over Darlan. It hasn't even gone to a final game with this man yet.
Yeah, he's just been killing everybody. He looks amazing. I love his slow play a lot of the time. I think he makes very strong decisions, just very stable decision making as a player, I think is the thing that really stands out to me about him. And he has a character that if you have that kind of stable play, if you have great understanding of spacing, I mean, he spaced out Akuma on the ground. You know, he was using roundhouses and fierces and the like, and just standing at a certain spot on screen against a character with some of the best walk speed in the game, against a character with, you know, maybe not far buttons per se, but who has the ability to walk in very fast to whiff punish. And he nevertheless made that count so well. So even on top of the other stuff about G, great mix-ups, great pressure, corner carry, all those strong things, he even has that extra side of it that has put him here into top 3.
Yeah, incredible patience on display constantly from Dark. I mean, we see him get a knockdown in the corner with G, with still V-trigger available, with the opportunity to dash forward and be plus frames and not take it, right? We've seen him just stay at that range where if his opponent's at a pixel, he's going to play that enhanced fireball game. And if they want to jump out, then it's an easy anti-air. Like, there's constantly just going with the compact decision-making that has brought him just here in dominant fashion. As we mentioned, nothing has gone to a game that's 5 up against him. I should say, yeah, game 5. I was right. So we're going to see losers finals now. Again, it's going to be Chuchu, who dropped down after losing to Jales in winners finals to try to face this G.
Yeah, that was a rough one for him, but I really feel like that was primarily a rough one about maybe the player. You know, it just seemed like Jales had every right read. Yeah, and that's going to be hard to do long term against a player like Chuchu.
Most definitely. So we're going to see if he's going to be able to get back, kind of switch it up, maybe catch Jales off guard. But right now, he's got to get through Dark first, and Dark is establishing his dominance nice and early. Getting the stand medium push, of course, is going to net him the most optimal combo.
Here we go. Chuchu, big chance. And Dark, what else would it be but just waiting it out?
Yep.
As he has this entire time.
Wow.
And sweep even. Okay, now if that had been blocked, I mean, this is a character, 5-frame EX legs into activate. You know, it could have been downhill immediately, but confident there was Dark.
I'm just impressed that he even pulled the sweep out. We haven't really seen that from him much at all, right? And he does it after a whiff crouch medium kick, a whiff button from that distance. You know Chun-Li's going to want to do something, and he just takes the risk and it pays off. Incredible.
Okay, but Chuchu looking a lot stronger here. Has found a couple of moments into EX legs. Dark is awake.
Yeah, but of course, just working with a low rush punch into the V-trigger activation has dragged her all the way to the other side of the corner. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Talk about stealing some time right there. And it is the stun. Oh no.
You gotta watch out.
Huge trouble.
Okay, no reset this time. Just goes with the empty low. Oh, and the perfect range for one more command grab. Goodness gracious.
I think that might be one of the first situations in which we've seen him make that kind of a call. You know, that first of all, I love the meaty idea of back fierce into nothing else cancel so that he could make sure to get the attempted safe jump against Chun. I think that was pretty cool. But even beyond that, going for those mix-ups in the corner right there, typically he's the one who's had the life loop. Typically he's been stable and even has made some comebacks by playing slowly, but there he needed to make it happen, and he did. He has that side of his game as well.
Yeah, I just love command throws after situations like that where you make them block a couple of normals and then you're at the perfect range for its max. They're thinking, okay, I finally got some breathing room. I don't have to worry about that anymore, but you do.
A little bit too far on that. Chuchu's trying to play at this range where he can, range out with his own normals even farther than G can stab it.
Yeah, we see how partial Chuchu is to that stand heavy kick, right? He's been with it all night. He wants to play at that range, but in this corner, you're not going to have that luxury. Especially with the enhanced fireball, man. Just staying outside that range and pestering him, trying to force him to jump. And that's the thing with G, right? You don't even want to jump in on him because if you get back fierce anti-air, you're going to eat a lot of damage.
Yeah, minimum. Oh, hold on. Gets the hit confirmed. Into pressure here for Chuchu. As he gets the knockdown on legs. Dark, of course, blocking it out. And at -2, he brings out full EX low rush. Oh, man, what a call. It's not quite enough, but anything will do it. There it is. The round goes to Dark. That man blocked the trigger on second hit and did EX. Not jab, not strong. Come on.
It's wild, right? Now establishing the command throw a little bit early here, making him afraid of it. Let's see how that plays into the conditioning of Chuchu as we go forward. Oh, look at that.
Being huge for Chuchu, just trying to maintain that range. Or else right up close and pressure.
And it looked like Dark was trying to kind of walk in, walk out of it, get her to press a button where he was out so he can whiff punish. But nah, Chuchu's been on point.
Wow. Awareness right there. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Here it comes. Shun has her own. She gets to move first, and Dark plays patiently.
No punish on that. Expected him to follow up with a V skill or a fireball. Either way, goes into the critical arc. And that should be enough damage here.
Oh, yeah. Continues to be that a lot of the offense, a lot of the damage, in fact, comes for Chuchu from that mid-range where about Stand Fierce and far roundhouse are going to connect.
Yeah,
that spot right here.
Exactly. And if you're Chuchu, you got to be a little bit wary, though, because if you keep going with those roundhouses and then outside that range a little bit of fireballs, I think Dark's going to be a little bit more willing to jump. Because then a roundhouse obviously can catch you preemptively jumping, but if you jump outside that range, it's got a decent amount of recovery. You can get jumped in on a punish.
His spacing's actually ridiculous right now. He's throwing fireballs pixels outside of Stand Roundhouse, pixels outside of Stand Fierce.
It's been immaculate. He's been trying to use those ranges against his opponents effectively so much.
Yo, he was trying to counter poke roundhouse with crouching Fierce into rush punch. That would have been too sick.
Waking up with a jab, knocking her out of the flip kick.
Yeah, it's this range again that Chuchu has done okay at, but man, he feels like, I feel like he's starting to give up on that. We're seeing more jumps now. He backs off even to try to set up the fireball instead, but here he is.
Yeah, he's got critical art as well, so he's gonna set up the unblockable. Oh no! Okay,
ends up looking up, but not for the death, and he gets it anyway in the little scramble situation. Didn't need to be like that, but he at least gets in there when he needed it and ends up taking the game.
Yeah, it was definitely a scary situation because, yeah, if the unblockable setup ended up working out, he could have gone into critical art, easy kill, easy match. But instead, it drops a little bit, ends up in a scramble. As you mentioned, that's the best way to describe a situation like that. Still clutches it out and ties the setup.
Yep, that fireball from just outside, again, of those normals ranges. Yeah, just surgically precise, but that said, Chuchu coming in.
Ooh. There's the jump. You can see he does recover from the stand heavy kick in time to not get cleared by the jump in, though. That was big.
Uh-oh.
Wow. The patience from Dark right there.
That's been the name of the game. Patience from Dark. Oh, no counter hit confirm. Unfortunate there for Chuchu. He does still have the corner. Maybe anyway. He's got trigger ready.
Yeah, you see he felt a little bit anxious with the life deficit, tried to get the V skill in, but Dark, ever patient, just waiting for it, cleanly anti-airs with the crouch fierce, and now we're back at this range.
And not canceled, and just whittling away with crouching medium kick, whittling away, just overtime with stand roundhouse, ends up with EX. Of course, he would have had V-trigger for the activation there.
Exactly, man. He's never greedy. He's just taking the normals that he can get, right? They're not going to lead to anything, roundhouse, crouch medium kick. They're not going to lead to anything unless you have V-trigger cancel available to you, but he's just harassing.
Great whip punish right there by Chuchu. He's at a great spot on screen. This is a spot where he could probably anti-air confidently.
And this is leaving Dark at no position to like micro walk back and throw these fireballs outside of pixel range of those normals, right? You can see he tries to throw one there and he just gets stuffed.
Exactly. At a sweep range. No confirm there by Chuchu. He's still maintaining the corner though, which is really what matters. But now he's got to be a little bit more concerned. And it worked over the stand short. And Dark now has activation. He's going to have the full corner. He is maybe a grab or a hit away. He didn't get the right combo.
Yeah, that was it. Okay, either way, goes with double jab fireball into the critical R. So he's going to put Dark up 2-1 after a slight drop on his part.
What a close match this is. That was 2 rounds, but I feel like that was a super, super close game.
Dude, all of that hard work from Chuchu, too. Locking him in the corner, just whittling away with these normals, keeping him at bay, right? Not letting him do anything, but not really getting any combos out of it. It was amounting to a lot of damage, but we all know how the G game goes, man. He gets one jump in, has the V-trigger available, and all that life lead that you had just erased, deleted.
What feels extra bad for Chuchu is that he actually did have awareness, right? He tried stand short as an anti-air, it just wasn't the right moment for it.
Yeah.
Looking for the crush, but Dark just continues to be patient there.
Yeah, exactly, the down back, able to avoid that. Nice buffer there.
Finally a big moment for Chuchu here. There have been so few of these big moments to start here in mid.
Yeah, it's finally getting jump-ins. You get a sigh of relief a little bit. A huge life lead now for Chuchu.
Love the walk in there. Could have gotten a crouching short jab into nothing.
Reversal, nice. Head stomp with the legs follow up. Well done from Chuchu.
Yeah, again, other than that one error, I like that round a lot. He had the big jump in. He was able to capitalize in the end. The way that Dark, again, using his stand roundhouse, his crouching medium kick, and even this from outside of that fierce or roundhouse range. Fireball from outside of that range.
Dude, all this damage he's put on Chun-Li so far are just normals. It was stand roundhouse, double crouching medium kicks, a forward fierce.
Yeah, don't let him tell you that buttons that don't actually lead to combos directly aren't important.
Yes.
Don't let him tell you that.
Very much so, especially with a character like G, whose longest range buttons really don't lead into anything. But they're still such good tools at making your opponent second guess what they can do in the neutral, and they add up, as you can see.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Chuchu is playing right now, okay, finally does slide in for the activation. He'll have super on the next hit if he can find it.
Again, here, yeah, it's definitely Chuchu's game at the moment.
But if Dark activates and doesn't immediately get the kill, he will be chipped to death.
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't even come up, so 2 rounds there from Chuchu to tie things up 2-2.
All right, yeah, we mentioned, I mean, this is our losers finals, right? Top 3. These are the caliber of matches we're expecting. 2 very evenly matched players at this point. Chuchu, a long-time fighting game player, showing the veteran composure, showing how he's used to playing at high level and not really cracking under the G pressure. Specifically, very, very easy to crack under the G pressure, so I'm impressed.
Just playing at that range as much as he could, Chuchu. He would love to find crouching medium kick against a crouching medium kick or against something like that. That just hasn't come up. There's a whiff punish at least.
Yet again, you know, Chun-Li has been committing to these heavy normals, whether it be fierce, roundhouse, great safe jump, and he's going to get the counter hit punish right there. But because of those old big commitments, I would like to see Dark jump a little bit more. However, nice backdash to avoid and punish the recovery.
Full-on combo into the corner, and now Chuchu's there. Yes, confirm. Dark's in big trouble. Overhead low. It's the low. It was overhead low grab, a 3-way mix-up. Any one of them would have gotten the snap.
Exactly. That's when the take the throw mantra is no longer applicable. When you're gonna get stunned or killed on the next hit, you just gotta guess, my friend.
So Chuchu is at match point now to have a date again with Jales in grand finals.
Indeed. Super well. Oh yes, the medium punches. Stuffing him, getting the counter hit as well. Oh my goodness, though. Dark trying to impose his will. Breaks out with the EX rush punch. Wake up crowd short though.
Okay, Dark finally activation. Chuchu still maintaining control. And nothing but he walks up for the grab and seals the deal, and Chuchu comes back 3-2 to have the chance at a comeback in grand finals versus Jales.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff from both players. Congrats to Chuchu for getting his run back in grand finals, getting that one step closer to qualifying for Capcom Cup. Big ups to Dark, though. Really impressed with his G play. Really enjoyed his neutral and defense. And honestly, I feel like his defense might have been, like, his willingness to kind of just be patient and block might have been his downfall in the end there. I would have liked to see a little bit more jumps on the big pressure buttons that Chuchu was really focusing on, because that's really the only space that he wanted to play at, right? Was that stand fierce, stand roundhouse range. And I think it could have been punished a little bit more with some jump ins, but of course, if it got you so far, right, why go away from that? And it was a close set regardless. So I totally get why not going to the air or anything like that, not trying to be reckless. Dark has been an incredibly patient and precise player, so big ups to him taking 3rd place.
Yeah, that was his style the whole way, and he used it to get super far. This year, when we only have one player who just will win and qualify from each event, is interesting in a way, right? We talked about how this means that we get to see the same level of focus on each online tournament as we would, you know, if it were just a major. It's kind of a different story than typically.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I really, really want to see Dark more. That player I just really enjoyed watching him. Several of the others in this top 8 as well, but I think he really strikes me as somebody that I would just love to see. He's not going to get a chance to qualify for Capcom Cup this time, but I feel like there is definitely a chance that that happens in the future based on what we saw this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, nothing to be ashamed of. Third place, again, losing to a person that's qualified for Capcom Cup before, and just in general performing excellently. Like we talked yesterday about whether you're focusing on winning or focusing on playing your best, and I really felt like Dark was just playing as well as he possibly could have. So big ups to him. I do want to see him more as well. I agree wholeheartedly with you. I hope we do get to see more of him in the future. That's one of the beautiful things about the online events, because these online events have always existed when it comes to Capcom Pro Tour Online. So we've always gotten to highlight the regions, but obviously there's more eyes, more attention, more pressure on it this time around here in 2020. And I just think more people are going to take notice of these incredible players in all the regions around the world. Street Fighter is a very worldwide game at this point, and it's a game that's had some years on it, right? So a lot of people that maybe are slow out of the gate when it comes to learning a game are really now showing their skills, and it's just a beautiful thing to see.
Well, we're going to get a chance to see these two players playing yet again. This was the winners finals from just a few minutes ago, and again, that was an absolute tornado. Jales just absolutely destroyed Chuchu 3-0, 6-0 in rounds, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Chuchu tried a couple of his different characters, and neither one seemed to really work because it seemed like it wasn't about the character options per se. I think this is a classic example of players playing to the opponent rather than to the character, right? That's something that's extremely important, especially at a high level. And the decisions being made by Jales, the understanding of what his opponent was likely to do as a human being, seemed like they were just too on point to overcome. So at this point now, Chuchu, I hope, has thought about that. I hope has tried to think about some way to implement different rhythms in his decision making, different timings he could use, different spacings he could be at. It's going to be a tough haul, though.
And I think we're going to find out if his theories about the matchup are similar to our own if he goes with Chun-Li here. Because he tried the Ibuki at the end, right? He started with the Chun-Li. Obviously, the Ibuki didn't do well either. So I think Chun-Li is his better character. I think it's better suited for the matchup as well. So I want to see him start with Chun-Li and just kind of try to adjust himself as a player. But, I could be wrong, of course. And he is starting with the Ibuki.
He's starting with the Ibuki for Chuchu, and for Jales, of course, it's the Rashid. This is grand finals now for CPT Online, South America, number 2. Jales, third place last time, better than that this time. Chuchu didn't make it here either, but one of them is going to make it into Capcom Cup.
Yes, indeed, and we're going to start right now. Round 1 will begin here in grand finals. Of course, Jales on the winner's side. Gonna have all the confidence he can muster. You can see even the big buttons coming out on the side of the Ibuki, but no early drop, and that's gonna open the door for Jales to start his game up. That whirlwind does whiff, so no plus frames, but the crouch fear's coming in hot and heavy.
There's Jales in the corner, where we saw him many times before in their previous winter final set. Chuchu just blocking. He wants that stun bar down so badly. Just doesn't want to take big risks to make it happen. He does finally.
Then again, it's the pressure being applied, bust out with the EXDP, but you still got a long road to go. V-Trigger is available, and he's going to be trying to plot on it. Wants to activate on hit, though. He needs to make something happen with the input right there.
Definitely a whiffed input. And I like Jales's decision making at the end. He was just looking for an occasional stand medium kick. He knew all he needed was one.
You see this 4-frame crouch light kick. It goes so far, man. Anytime he gets close, he just can safely press this button, make you hesitate about your offense. Recovers just in time on that stand. Fierce did not get jumped in on. Big break. Like that EXDP bust out.
He's had it a couple times so far. I'm not sure it's going to change too much about how Leshe approaches. No, indeed, he gets the knockdown immediately.
Yeah, right there. Respect it a little bit, though. That's why he just woke up with the buttons, but it does not matter. You're not escaping this corner. The buzzsaw continues. Whirlwind at the very end to get this jump-in combo. Oh, my goodness.
Shout out to stun-only combos, and the back throw will seal the deal for Jaleshe.
Bruh.
Look, we saw some different stuff here, okay? Chuchu trying more to interrupt the pressure from his opponent there. We saw a couple of EXDPs that I think he was hoping would make Jaleshe back off a little bit, that Jaleshe maybe in Chuchu's mind wasn't expecting, and he wasn't, to be fair. They did hit, but it didn't seem like that changed the decisions that were being made after that.
Yeah, that's exactly, I think you hit the nail on the head with that, is the fact that even though you're showing that you're willing to do a lot of EXDPs and they're being successful, Jaleshe has just been running so rampant and having so much success that you're going to need to do even more to really change up his strategies and condition him. Because right now, he's just doing whatever he wants because he has all the right answers.
He does. Sometimes it boils down to that, you know. Sometimes on commentary or analysis, like you're looking to be sort of granular with what you highlight.
Yeah.
Oh, player was standing at a very particular position and it was exactly the right spot on screen. Sometimes though, it's just sometimes you guess right, like 9 times out of 10. Yeah. Sometimes you know exactly what the opponent's going to do, and I feel like that again, it's not about the character really in my mind. I think this is about Jales and Chuchu as people.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I mean, he just seems in the zone, man. It just seems like every single answer that he presents to him is correct. And it's going to take a lot for Chuchu to start making some adjustments. We're going back to the character select screen. We're going to see if the Chun-Li is going to come back out again. Again, I think Chun-Li is a better character at playing that type of game that Chuchu likes to play. But I mean, it's hard because that game's not getting anything done, right? So because of that, I can definitely sense the inner turmoil coming from Chuchu.
All right, has he made the character switch? What has he done? He's changed to Chun-Li here. Well, we'll see. He needs to win, of course, the next, this 3 out of 5 set, and then another one after that. And he's got to do that against somebody who so far is 4-0 against him in this top 8.
Yeah, most definitely. It's been a dominant performance from Jales from start to finish here. It started in winner's bracket top 8, has not left that area. Coming in the grand final, still winner side. Oh my goodness, bro.
We talk about the surgical timing of that sort of thing,
dude,
right?
He didn't do anything until the moment where he gets to stand fierce, and of course the eagle spike behind it. Like, good lord.
Sometimes that's how it goes. What can you even say?
Mans was parked down back until he picked the right moment. Again, yeah, he's surgical with it.
Ugh, man. That sign in the corner there is wrong. There's no way out for Chun-Li in this situation. She is stuck.
Oh, nice.
Okay, EX. But, you know, will that change the decision making? Okay, here it is. Chuchu now with a chance. A chance.
That throw on that V-skill was incredible.
The whiff. Oh.
Still V-Trigger is available for Chuchu. Oh, no. Tries to interrupt the EX whirlwind now on a pixel here. Ooh, but we talk about it time and time again, right? People so used to pressing buttons after certain Chun-Li normals, but with that V-Trigger 2 available, you gotta stop. You gotta show some patience. All right.
Trying to get something going on more here in this middle. I mean, if you think back to the last round, it was Jales waiting, and now he is being a little bit more active.
Yeah, having fallen around here, maybe sensing a little bit more urgency, maybe wanting to just switch up the game plan a little bit. Dash up throw will be a switch up for sure.
Here's Chuchu now. Stuck in the complete whiff. Rashid did not even notice that. Try again!
Sometimes that's how it be, man. You got to run it right back when it doesn't work out the first time, but oh, the run back doesn't prove fruitful as Jales takes the round.
I like the idea of bringing in an EX to get the opponent away from you. It just hasn't changed Jales's decision-making at all. You know, Jales is still just confident about his approach, and it seems like he's working out, so why not?
Yeah, could not agree more.
And that becomes frustrating as the opponent who keeps hitting the opponent with EX reversals, like, quit it. And if they're not going to quit it, it just, you begin to think, well, what can I do to make this player stop?
And there's been a couple of rough breaks in terms of spacing as well. Just pixels outside the range where the specials would normally fully connect, like that SPK in the last round. We saw legs here hitting first, but not actually completing. Definitely rough breaks for Chuchu here. And now Jales in the corner again. Enhanced whirlwinds, all the meter in the world as well. Next hit is death.
Oh, big error there for Jales. Chuchu has to. Oh, he was so concerned.
He's in range that time. Jump over. Yeah, V reversal as soon as he jumps in. Nice block of the flip kick. And one more fireball to take the game.
Okay. In those scramble situations, we have seen Chuchu do well.
Yeah.
Here and in a couple of previous games as well.
He's definitely been
tying it up 1-1.
Able to embrace the scramble, play it effectively. And I mean, yeah, that's kind of just like the grounded range he really shows that he's best at as a player. I really love that's why I like him on Chun-Li, is that in those ranges he's picking the right buttons a lot of the time. He's doing a good job of making sure his opponent doesn't really get anything for free.
Saw an attempt at the faster start right there by Jales, but Chuchu was nowhere to be found.
Oh, jump over it.
Another error there, and not punished very well by Chuchu either. Might have thought he was going to be on the other side.
Yep, unfortunate. Now Jales back into the corner here. Good confirm off that medium punch.
feature to contend with now. Of course, it comes out.
Yeah, I'm always looking for it. Corner pressure, taking the throws. He knows right now that Chuchu's just willing to take these throws. He has significant life lead. Doesn't want to press anything into it. Nice tech throw that time, though.
Good work by Chuchu there. That was just raw defense. He trusted himself to block rather than bring out EX.
Ooh, doesn't commit to the spinning mixer that time because it's gotten him killed a couple times, just like that EX SPK has defeated him a few times as well.
A lot of these EX reversals have not really been in moments that were extremely important, right? They weren't round enders, but this one finally was, and Chuchu was right on it.
Great stuff. You mentioned, right, that Jales Leshe, I mean, the caliber of player Chuchu is, it was going to be unlikely that Leshe was going to be able to continue to buzzsaw over him. He's starting to make the adjustments that he needs.
Great walk under. This allows Jales Leshe to get the corner. Here it is. Confirm into the sky. Early. Looking for the other wake up.
Exactly. The back tech throwing his meaty timing off.
Oh. Man, Jales Leshe is willing to do it. Willing to do it here.
Pero, my man. He is definitely willing to be cheap, willing to steal his turns. That's one of the things that I've seen most characterize his style of play.
And even at the end right there, even after the previous round when Chuchu had done EX wake up, Jales Leshe was not giving it up. He was there. So he is not changing his style. He has a goal in mind, he has a game plan in mind, and he is just absolutely sticking to it.
Yeah, oh, exactly. No. He's not concerned about being perfect. He's not concerned about the opponent never hitting him. He just knows that this strategy more often than not works out, and that's what you need to win the set.
It is a long haul kind of thing here. Chuchu finds the anti-air, the funky cross-up. Jales Leshe was not expecting.
It's the roundhouse though with the activation. It's going to be good damage here. Throwing back towards the corner. Has recognized that Chuchu a lot of time has been willing to take these throws.
Super ready there on the anti-air was Jales Leshe.
Ooh,
this game is going to be huge. The jump over the dash. And now with super on deck, will Chuchu continue to go in? Overhead, and the big whiff from Jales Leshe. In fact, Chuchu did press a button after the overhead, but it just whiffed. And that's good enough for Chuchu to take it. It's 2-1.
Yeah, a little bit of taste of his own medicine right there, right? We saw corner pressure from Rashid in the past, and the EX SBK just whiffing just right outside of the range, and now instead Chuchu's the one that benefits from that missed spacing. So good stuff to Chuchu, now taking a 2-1 lead, as you mentioned here in this first set. Unfortunate for him that he's got to win a whole set first before we can get to a real winner, but he's on his way.
Oh, we've gone back to the lobby. Are we going to have some different character here for Jales Leshe? What's he going to change? Do you think he's maybe just taking a little bit of time here?
Yeah, I think he's taking a little bit of time for sure. Maybe considering a V-trigger change. Just in general, I think maybe one of the things that he's found a little bit frustrating is trying to get in on Chuchu, right? He's been doing a good job putting up that defensive wall, using those stand roundhouses primarily. And I think V-trigger 1 in general just lets you kind of like reset and get in from anywhere on the screen. While V-trigger 2 requires a little bit more setup. So we'll see. But I honestly think it's just primarily composure and just trying to pause momentum.
Yeah, because momentum seems to be extremely different. If you think back to their winners finals set and then first game of this set, it seemed like it was, and we were talking like it was, entirely Jales Leshe.
Yeah.
And then in the last 2 games, you know, obviously they have been won by Chuchu. I would still say that I think that Jales Leshe is doing a lot of good stuff, but if he wants to try to hold that momentum from getting worse than it may be, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing, because we didn't see a V-trigger change here. It's still V-skill 1, V-trigger 2.
Okay.
So exactly what we expected. It is really just trying to break up the rhythm that Chuchu is building here.
Okay. Great start for Jales Leshe.
Yeah, exactly what he's looking for. We just want to pause the momentum a bit, not challenging on the whirlwind, the heavier version.
Yeah, again, Chuchu's stuck here. Great jump timing. And the guts of throwing a fireball from the corner. What else? Wake up.
Oh, and he finally gets the throw bait he's been looking for. He's been constantly throwing Chuchu, trying to get him into a state where he's going to take the throw, finds it, makes him pay.
Round 2.
Yeah, it was a good round for him. I mean, what can you say? He started it off well with the crush counter in mid and then was successful in the corner.
Yeah, that's just one of those fighting game rounds where the opponent starts well and it never stops, and this could be a follow-up. Could be a repeat performance off the crush counter into the corner again.
He was definitely looking for that fireball as a way to jump forward there. So he was hoping that it would be the same thing. It's not quite. Chuchu's knocked down now. Jales still with that gold bar.
Yeah, but I love him going with just an immediate throw on the wake up there. Considering he got the throw base successfully last time to win the game, Chuchu's definitely going to be willing to take it. Okay.
And he did bring out the big risk. Okay, I love it.
I mess with that for sure.
I'm not bringing out the V-trigger cancel. That's a huge thing here.
Yeah, but Jales just using the EX whirlwinds and now a regular whirlwind. Try to just continue these plus frames. Not really concerned with holding on to that CA. Oh, gets the counter hit. Nice.
Chuchu can do this. Oh, yeah, one more decision.
Gets
and
another.
Jales frozen in the corner.
It's the other side, yeah.
Oh boy, they are not doing anything here. Did he roll in time? And the punish comes! A lot of characters would have trouble punishing that credibly at that spot right there, but Chun-Li got it.
Yeah, Jales just thought he had the timing available there to just win for it. I was getting a little concerned from Chuchu because if he kept taking chip and gray life, the super was a chip threat, but didn't come to that.
No, and in fact, it's reset point right now for Chuchu.
Nice, EX SPK to bust out, not gonna take the plus frames.
Yeah, interruption there, Jales read the grab. Full confirm, got the corner. Does not want this reset to come. Here's Jales, is he gonna send it to the final game of the first set? He does.
And that slight hesitation again, we've seen that come out from Jales, right? That slight hesitation before that stand medium punch is giving your opponent enough time to get in their own head and start thinking about what they can do. It wasn't even a counter hit or anything like that. He was standing, it might have been holding up forward or up back or whatever. Ends up getting clipped, and I mean, we are going to a final game, as you said, in this first set.
Super cool, man. I was a little worried after the first game here that it was going to be just the same as Winners Finals was. For Chuchu's sake, that it was going to be just a blow up, but not at all here. Chuchu looking strong. Jales still looking strong as well. Neither one giving this up.
And then he's giving a quarter. And I mean, that was a great breakup of momentum for Jales, right? Going back to the character select screen, making sure that this momentum for Chuchu stopped. And again, a fortunate spacing on that back fierce into the legs, just not connecting fully.
Yeah, not quite in time there either. And now Jales rolls into the corner. He builds the V-meter on that. And he's got things going for himself.
With the enhanced whirlwind allowing for the juggle properties afterwards, catching the backdash with the jab and an SBK to bust out.
But to what end here? There is still a little bit of trigger left. Okay, instead we're going to see Chun-Li bring hers out. Backing away.
You can see
EX! Into what? Oh, she was not going to take any kind of risk on that, looking for EX. Instead, Chuchu comes in. It's not enough. And he gets the whiff. And guess what? Now he is at reset point.
And I love him not pressing a single button on that -2 spinning mixer. You know Jale's tendencies to just bust out with the EX spin after that. So really good patience and awareness from Chuchu.
I feel like he's getting so much more confident. The jump in works. The shimmy works. Here's Chuchu now. Almost there.
Oh, EX SBK.
Jales is staying in this thing.
It's still anybody's game. Okay, there's the throw again. Trying to get this up. Oh no, there is no escape.
EX. Again, EX!
He's willing to do it. He's willing to see that Jales is not going to combat that. Oh, and finally gets close just to back up and force a final round in this first set.
We are going to the final round of set number 1 at least. CPT Online South America 2.
That
big jump in.
Get it.
Yes, snowballing super hard. All of a sudden, anything for the stun.
Oh my goodness, what a big break. But no, the sweep wasn't in range. No break whatsoever. He ends up getting stunned. EX combo. Chun-Li does have good damage in this season, and it's enough to reset the bracket.
Wow, that was super sick as a combo. What a solution to exactly the amount of damage that he needed to do. And Chuchu, as you said, with the reset.
Oh my goodness.
Amazing to see how he has, in fact, begun to get a better handle on the timings that we were talking about before, right? So we mentioned he just simple as it sounds, extremely complex to do, he needed to have different timings on when he brought out things like EX reversals, on when he pressed buttons in neutral, on when he tried to tech, all that sort of stuff, which was being taken advantage of before. And he has managed to make those changes.
Yeah, I think that's like, it's hard to verbalize exactly what we're talking about when it comes to switching up the rhythm and stuff like that. That is the thing when it comes to fighting games that I think really experience triumphs overall. It's very hard to kind of teach that in words. You just have to play and really get a feel for it. But I mean, Chuchu, as you mentioned, a veteran of the Street Fighter 4 franchise, or Street Fighter franchise, excuse me, qualifying for Capcom Cup with Street Fighter 4. He's played these games for a long time. I'm sure he's played Street Fighter 4 or Street Fighter 5 since its release. So because of that, he is accustomed to this high-level gameplay and switching up these rhythms, really getting a read on his opponent when they know what he likes to do. I mean, just incredible stuff. And you can see these players are familiar with each other. He's thinking as much as Jales is thinking about his tendencies, because we saw no trigger being pulled on that -2 spinning mixer into the EX, which he didn't even do, right? But he knows how willing Jales is to do that. So I really just love this set so far. Obviously, both players have an incredible knowledge of the game, incredible knowledge of each other. It's just a very fitting grand final set.
Round 1.
Here we go.
So it's all knotted up
Second,
again.
last set. Whoever wins this next 3 out of 5 will qualify for Capcom Cup out of South America.
0-0, all tied up for the first time in this tournament. Jales is in the losers bracket.
Yeah, they've both sent each other to losers. That's it. Haven't lost to anybody else this weekend.
Impressive stuff. That's exactly the type of grand finals I want to see. And you see Jales being a little bit more active on the ground as well. I'm just saying something because he's a very active player. But again, these EX SPKs, we got to see if he's going to be looking out for them a bit more here in the second set. Ooh, drops the most electrifying move in Street Fighter Entertainment on him, the overhead elbow.
And I like that too, because it wasn't actually immediate. He waited just slightly to bring out that overhead. It's a real funky timing.
Yeah, and that's a really paid off for Jales multiple times, right? We've talked about just hesitating a few frames, throwing his opponent off, and that's been working out for him time and time again.
Just like that, Jales with the corner. Not for long. What was that? Was that V-skill?
Seemed like it. Way now.
Huge jump in.
Look at the knockdown here, though. And again, not respecting the EX SPK.
I understand that Jales is not going to let that change his opinion on what he should do, but he has taken a lot of them at this point.
Yeah. Oh, no cross up there, staying in front with the Eagle Spike. Again, eating the EX SPK, just V-skilling out, using the enhancement as well to get back in there with the spinning mixer, 0 on block.
And properly guessing that Chuchu did not want to battle against a potential EX. Supers there, and that was gonna be chip for sure. It was supposed to have been the mixer that was gonna be canceled, I would bet. Oh, and yeah. It just didn't even come up.
100%.
Chuchu there in time.
Barely being to the punch with that crouch light kick. We talked about the Rashid crouch light kick, but this time Chun-Li, hers is not bad either. Stuffing any approach. And here we go, dragging her to the corner. Yeah, no counter hit there. Oh, huge jump in again.
This success ratio is wild right now.
Jales is just committed to it, man. He's like, no, I'm going to keep my offense up. I'm going to bet that you're going to stop SBKing before I stop applying my pressure. We'll see if that bet works out for him. Of course,
I know, right? Those bets are hard to manage.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the second time Chuchu has thrown him out of that. That V-skill followed up by the whirlwind. He's got the timing on that. You got to be careful.
Okay, Chuchu. There it is. And I have to say, I think a lot of the time when players do EX reversals that, especially ones that like don't immediately lead to great pressure, you know, over time you expect like it's just going to be evenish. Like I'll get hit by some, I'll block some, and I'll deal as much damage like over time at least. But in the last few games, it just has not been that way. It's been adding up. It really has been adding up against Jales. Hard to ask the guy to change his style because it's been working so well. Even now, even that was close, even in the loss.
Exactly. And that's just a kind of like you said, it's a hard bet to manage, right? I mean, you get so much reward if you do end up blocking an EX reversal, but that's just not his game plan. That's not what's brought him to the dance so far, and he's trying to stick with that.
Oh, the hiccup. You can see Chuchu taking advantage. Oh, but not there. Not there with the punish.
Definitely not there that time. I'm gonna back up. Yes, enhanced whirlwind. You can see he's even spacing his V skill follow up a little bit differently now because he's been thrown out of it a couple of times.
Back to a more comfortable spot where he could have started things off. Chuchu has walked up. He has activation whenever he wants.
Oh, not busting out with the EX SPK there. We'll see.
Nor there.
Yeah, I think Chuchu bet a couple of times, at least on that last one because he got counter hit, that he would finally respect it. But no, man, Jales is showing you he does not care. He's not going to respect your wake up option.
Yeah, of course, if you hit somebody with an EX over and over again, you were expecting that they're going to block finally as the meaty option. And that just hasn't happened. Again, right? True meaties each time. You're looking for frame traps. Sometimes looking for the walkout this time. But the timings of these are the timings of somebody who was not worried about wake up EX reversal.
Yeah, and just like that, Jales is going to bounce back, showing that he is stubborn as ever and not changing his strategy. Going right back. Yeah. And really the only time we saw like a change on the wake up was that very last instance, right? Where he kind of backed up a little bit. He got a successful throw bait right there and made sure it paid off for the entirety of the kill, tying the setup just like that. But I don't know. Despite him winning that match, I was still a little concerned because I feel like Chuchu's going to go back to the well, start using the EX SPKs more. He's like, okay, I gave you a game. Since I have a lead, I'm going to give you a game to see if you're going to change up your tendencies. And he hasn't. So we'll see how he responds now.
The thing as well about playing against somebody who is willing to spend EX reversal a lot, that means that they're not going to spend EX on other stuff. And she has, you know, great EX legs for confirms, for just taking up space on screen safely. And, you know, same with EX Fireball. She can control, she can start controlling things with that. And Chuchu hasn't had that bar.
All right, and Chuchu just got a bar now, so yeah, I'm just so interested in the next knockdown scenario here. Yeah, oh, and Jales starting to get the reads now.
Wow, we blocked? I feel like him blocking is actually the biggest read so far in these two sets.
Yeah. Realized that even after that last game where he didn't switch up his tendencies much, Chuchu was gonna go back to the well like we just talked about, right? So he's one step ahead. There it is again.
Chuchu in there even still. Yes, knockdown. Pressuring. There are two EXs on Jalesh's side. He doesn't bring out either one quite yet. Is he going to get a chance? No!
Beautiful, beautiful. Chuchu had done a great job not really abusing the fact that you go into the V trigger off these normals that you normally can't cancel from. So this time he does it well and catches them flinching just a little bit early.
Right on out of there. Okay. That throw probably worked because Chuchu was worried about EX. Huge jump.
Yes, and we're going to a third round real quick. Another perfect for Jales. That's just some of these Rashid rounds, some of these Jales rounds where he just starts and don't stop.
Yeah, that's not a Rashid round, dude. That is Jales round.
Yeah. Potential flinching, but not this time. Nice air to air. Gonna allow him to keep the space that he's been fighting for. However, the EX leg's gonna bust out, waking up with buttons.
Now Jales is giving more time. Here's Chuchu not doing it randomly at all, right? Waiting for that specific moment.
Yeah, definitely using the SPK to nullify the whirlwind setup there. V skill in. Confirms with the V trigger activation as well. Yeah, that means the plus frames are coming out hot.
You're definitely seeing some different timings now from Jales, intending to beat some of the stuff that we've seen out of Chuchu.
Yeah, you can see even with these whirlwinds in the corner right there, he was staying at a space where EX SPK would whiff if he tried it as a reversal.
Ooh, the super's ready.
Oh my goodness.
Got him in time. No. Oh, what in the world? Now, scrambles have been so good in general for Chuchu, but right there, he completely dropped the plate.
Oh, man. The plate, it's broken. It's broken everywhere. Yeah, like that was not a salvageable plate. He goes down 2-1 here in this set. Man. So unfortunate because again he got him flinching, just couldn't complete the combo. I'm not sure if it was like an execution error or if it's just like a funky setup to confirm, to be honest. I don't know Chun-Li V trigger 2 that well, but either way, yeah, the scramble finally doesn't work out for him and Jales back into a lead. It feels like just right after he finally lost for the first time in this set.
Round one.
And he has actually changed his timings. He's been putting a lot more time of blocking just before pressing buttons as a knockdown option here.
Right, you can see it even right there. Even with no EX bar available, he's just kind of switching it up.
And he's hoping to catch wake up buttons, and those have come a couple of times for Chuchu, but in general, it's been either EX reversal leg or upside down kick or nothing.
right, you have just activate off the roundhouse. And again, we've seen Chuchu in scenarios like this where he has this life lead. He's definitely willing to take the throw.
Knockdown. Walk up, jump was the idea. EX not punished in time.
All right, yeah, got away with one there, and the V-trigger activation. Very even scenario, no cross up again. Seen that work out a couple of times for him. Too late on the anti-air. Not gonna go into critical R. Oh, he is. Excuse me, let me fix my face. He's gonna do a lot of damage.
It's not enough.
Puts her on a pixel. How much magic you got in this pixel, Chuchu?
Oh, this is doable. Find one hit here. Yeah, of course the block comes from Jales in that situation. Of course. But a couple different options into super.
Yeah, I was gonna say
could be on deck here. That's it. Yeah, trigger activation.
As soon as you get into normal range, though, you can't be walking back. You can't be walking forward because that low forward super is a threat looming.
And so is, at some point, maybe Chip if there's a little bit more gray life. Maybe if cancel into legs before. 9, 8 seconds. Overhead blocks properly, nothing. And finally the crouching short comes out. I feel like Jales had not gone that long without pressing no buttons in forever. Guess what? It is tournament point now for Jales to qualify for Capcom Cup.
Bouncing back after the reset. Great confirm off that crouching medium kick. And then he gets the counter hit combo to bring her towards the corner. Oh no, are you looking to buy some more real estate here, my friend? Yes, gets the shimmy attempt. Oh my goodness, this momentum is all on Jale's side right now. Putting her on life support. Could it be another perfect? It is to finish it off. Jales is your second South America qualifier for Capcom Cup 2020.
Such a fitting way to end as well. A round in which he just guessed right a bunch, you know, and that was a hallmark of his gameplay. I mean, again, it is too reductive to say that. I understand. But that really is what a lot of it came down to, is his understanding of timing and mix-up and the change that he made. Yes. Of no longer just going in constantly, putting in meaties every single time. Instead, leaving a little bit of time there to convince the opponent, or hope the opponent would still wake up with EX Bird, punish that, or hoping to walk back slightly, get a shimmy. And both of those things did start to happen, in especially just those last couple of games. I mean, it still could have gone differently. If you think back to the previous game here, this could have been a game for Chuchu, but for some funky, I don't know, input errors, whatever it may be. So Chuchu, close, certainly, especially in the last, set and a half, but not quite enough. As you take a look at the bracket here, Jales, number 1, he was 3rd place last time. He was 1st place this time. He will join the rest of the qualifiers in Capcom Cup.
Yeah, and really only losing to the Piccolo, right? The winner of the last South America qualifier in that last tournament. So he shows once that person is out, the person that had already qualified, that he is truly the best remaining in the region, and he is going to show himself at Capcom Cup and show out, man. I mean, this is legitimately, he's become one of my favorite Rashids to watch, one of my favorite players to watch, and just in general, big ups to Chuchu as well, because after that 3-0 winners finals, it was definitely going to be super tough to not only go into losers finals and take that W from Dark, who had been playing super well too, but to come back and make that set as close as it was. Big, huge props to Chuchu. But man, the man of the day is Jales, 100%.
I really enjoyed watching this top 16. This is a region with a lot of strong players that I feel like we tend not to have as many eyes on as we should in most years in Street Fighter and in other games as well. There's a lot of strong players and a lot of different stuff in this region. So I'm thankful for the chance to commentate it and just at least to watch, as I watched the first South America event as well. They are going to be, certainly those 2 players who qualified, Piccolo and Jales, a threat in Capcom Cup, no doubt about it. They have a scene that has been strong for a long time, the Brazilian scene showing up big here as they tend to do in events. But Piccolo from Peru, we had Shaka from Argentina. We had a very diverse cast of characters in this top 8. We had 9 characters in an 8-person top 8. So that's, in my mind, about as good as you could hope for. Same. Fantastic matches, lots of different characters involved, different countries involved, players you don't normally get to see. Hard to get better than that. Yeah,
and just to highlight what you talked about a little bit when it comes to Jale's reads and his adjustments. I mean, in the reset bracket, right, we saw Chuchu take a 1-0 lead, right? And I think what Chuchu thought, I think what a lot of us thought, was that since he now has the lead for the first time in the bracket, that Jales is going to change it up then. right? That's when thought he was going to change it up, right? That's when we saw like him not really use the EX SPKs, just kind of get bullied again, and Jales rolled him over, right? So we saw that, and once Jales rolled him over again, that's when he made the adjustment, right? That's when he started switching up his rhythm, giving a few more frames of blocking before going into it. And that's when we started seeing the blocked SBKs. That's when we started seeing more successful frame traps, more successful throw bait attempts. Like that was just a genius like timing of switching up your game plan, not switching it up just because you're down and that's what everybody expects. But once you actually get yourself back in the game and do it that way, I just thought incredible play. Big ups to Jales taking that first place. He more than deserved it. And I can't wait to see what he does at Capcom Cup.
Hope we get to see Chuchu again sometime soon. Hope the same for Dark, who got third place, that we were both super impressed by. I thought his G was extremely, extremely strong. Could have success anywhere. Darlan was great to watch as well. His Akuma, some unique ideas in that, as well as representing Peru. The Griffin Mask and Shades, both at 5th. A bit of a bummer, as it always is, for Griffin Mask to get top 8 winners, then to lose twice in a row. That's for sure a really gnarly feeling, but still, great performance by him. And then 7th places were Shaka 22 with Dalsum from Argentina, and Pupilo, whose end of how things worked this weekend, definitely not what he was hoping for. Ends up being unfortunate for him. Of course, 2nd place last time and 7th place this time, but again, not what he wanted. In any case, a strong performance. Yes. Great top 8.
Yeah, great top 8, great top 16. Thank you all for joining us on Capcom Fighters. It was just, South America is always one of my favorite regions to watch, and they show out every time they get a chance to. And we can see Jales, the man of the weekend, taking first place, taking that Capcom Cup qualifying spot. Remember, if you're looking to keep up with the Capcom Pro Tour online, you can follow Capcom Fighters at Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, Instagram. Everything is all Capcom Fighters. So please do to keep up to date, because we still got regions to go. We still got people to fill out that's following Capcom Cup bracket and find out all the final qualifiers. Big ups to everybody that has already qualified. I mean, there's been an amazing year of Street Fighter and a year to remember, to say the least. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things going on in the world that we don't want to think about, or that is just, upsetting in a way. And I think the way the fighting game community has come together, the way everybody has been showing out in Street Fighter and still doing so incredible and just really putting on amazing performances has been definitely a highlight of the year, and has continued to warm my heart throughout it. So thank you everybody who's tuned in, and we'll catch y'all next time right here on twitch.tv/Capcom Fighters for another regional qualifier, and see who joins Jales in Capcom Cup.